Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing great. Uh, for those who tune in on here on YouTube, those who tune in on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, and for those who turn into my short TikToks under HCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? How are you, cousin Jesse?
I am good, cousin. Welcome to the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounter. Let us have a good show. The topic is hot. So come in and let's talk about it. Hi, Ivy. Welcome. Exuberance, welcome. How was your day, Prima Ivy? How was your day, Exuberance? Welcome, Martin Lawrence Morgan. Well, we're improving, Lawrence. Everything is good. Everything is good. Hi, Lawrence Morgan. Welcome. Welcome back. Awesome, Ivy. Awesome. Welcome, Madeline. Welcome in. Welcome to the show.
How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. Oh, just sharing to the other groups that I share with. Hope everybody's doing good this evening.
Yeah, we got most of the moderators. Awesome. Real MMA. Welcome. Welcome, Cindy Monet.
I'm just catching up on the comments here.
Go ahead, cousin. I'm just welcoming everybody in.
I hope everybody's doing great.
Welcome, Yvette Pilgo.
I know we had some people that were laid up with me last night, early in the morning from last night's show. Just people were listening. I was talking spiritually to those who want to listen. You know, basically, I was saying I got nothing. I've never had nothing against anybody. It's always been the other way around, where I always get targeted. All throughout my life, it's been that way. Um, when you're blessed and the Heavenly Father has a mission for you in life, there's always going to be trials and tribulations that you got to go through to be able to accomplish what He has in task for you in the future. You know, but it's something that comes with the territory as you do the spiritual works. There's going to be people that are going to be happy with you, and there's going to people that are going to dislike you. They're going to hate you
Welcome, John Robinson.
for the works that we do. You can keep everybody happy. Everybody's their own person. I don't force nobody to listen to spiritual encrypted encounters, or send anybody to anybody for anything. If I got a problem with somebody, I'll settle me on myself. If somebody got a problem with me, you know, we can handle it. Um, I've seen where somebody, when we're doing the live, the crazy guy that jumped in and was talking all kinds of crazy stuff when they were calling somebody on the phone. I hear him. He made a comment talking about trying to make it seem like he's a victim or something when he was saying, threatening people, he's going to do this and this and that. Being disrespectful, making death threats. I was like, what the hell is this? this
Hi, John.
guy talking about, making no sense at all. Uh, Trying to pretend like he's a victim or something. What it is that everybody roasted him. That's what happened. So now he's in a victim of science. Says he's going to take people to court and all this crap. It's like, how can you pretend to be a badass, and then you go and crying to trying to cry to people saying that you're a victim of something when you're the one that was making death threats to people. I'm talking about the guy. What was the guy's name? You remember him, cousin?
uh,
The guy that contacted Josh Turner
I can't
and
remember
his
his
wife.
name, man.
Yeah, yeah. He's a total. Excuse my language here. A total ass. Basically, he's just an ass,
I just
straight up
feel
ass.
I kind of feel sorry for the guy if he's going around calling himself a victim after he made all those threats. How you gonna
I'm
threaten
telling.
a woman? I mean, really, man? How you gonna? Welcome, Andrés Carizales. ¿Cómo estás?
Well, there you
Bienvenido.
go. Since we're talking about soul takers, he calls him. His name is James Graves. That's his
Yeah,
last name, Graves.
yeah. James Graves.
What a dipshit. Excuse my language. You know, how can you go make death threats to cousin Jesse, to me, to sister Nellie Turner, to brother Josh Turner, yelling out belligerent, and all of a sudden now you're the victim, but you're on tape. We get the evidence of through the videos of the things that you were saying, the threats you were saying. You're just a jackass,
Welcome, Eve here. How you doing?
a jackass, a puss. A Puss in Boots. No, let's give Puss in Boots a bad name. You're just a puss.
That dude made me laugh, man. He was trying to make himself tough, and the more he talked, the weaker he sounded.
Yeah, just a total jackass. And all these are people that are affiliated to the guy that sees saber-tooth tigers.
Go, go, Power
Imaginary
Ranger.
friend.
Damn Pink Ranger.
He was trying to impress people. Like, well, look, I could talk like I'm a badass. I can pretend I'm a badass, but he's just a jackass.
Me and both know, cousin. You and I both know that badasses, they don't talk. They just take action.
That's why I was laughing that night. They're like, oh shit, here we go. Here's another one.
I almost called him a chicken shit chihuahua head.
Trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who scared the hell out of me, man. Was that
What's that?
hugging dude. That hugging dude really scared the shit out of me, man, because he really wanted to hug me, man.
I see he singled you out right off the bat.
I know, man. He wanted to bring a sucky butt or whatever, man. I ain't trying to. What's going on, JFA? Welcome. Talk about giving me a hug. You got me fucked up. I don't even hug my brothers.
I wanna know what movie you watched to try to steal somebody's persona that he was some kind of badass. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What movie was he watching, man?
I
He was
dream
trying
of
to act like he
Genie, I
was
guess.
he was trying to act like he was black.
I know, man. And then he called me the N word, man. He was talking like one, and he called me an N word. And I'm like, wow, I'm the whitest N word I've ever seen. Hello, JFA.
He was trying to be Mr.
No,
T, I think, and then it turned out to be Mr. White T,
no,
white
JFA.
T-shirt.
No, no one's starting trouble. We're just reminiscing on that butt wipe that called over here threatening everybody, and now he says he's a victim. He's just a
Yeah,
victim of somebody's evil plan.
yeah. How long was he in the line that day? He just threatening people, calling, ringing their phone off the ringer,
I'm
and now
gonna
he's
say
saying
about
he's a victim of something. Get out of here, bro.
no, no, no. Now he's saying he's got proof. He's got proof he's a jackass. The camel toe Harris, Madeline. Yeah, that fool
So
made me laugh, man.
the idiot nation. That's what we're gonna call them from now on. The idiot nation. Idiots.
Yeah,
Man, you probably
JFA.
got
I think he whoops his own ass. He's whipped himself so many times. He's undefeatable.
you brought my name in the comments talking crap. That you're a victim, so that's why I'm putting you on blast here tonight.
You see what
I
Madeline
told you to
said,
keep my
cousin?
name out of your mouth, man. You
You
want to
see
bring
what
my name
Madeline's
into the
saying?
picture, so we're putting you on blast.
You
What's
see
that?
what Madeline's saying? Madeline's saying that James Graves is over there crying on Farton's channel. He wants to be Farton's new butt buddy, but he's gonna have to go through Larry, compete with Larry for the title. No, they're just sword swallowers, short sword swallowers. Yeah, he's the one who needs a hug.
No, after making all those death threats, he needs to be taken care of. Screw the hugs.
We'll send a psyche after him so he can hug him and let him play with a succubus or sucky
That's
butt.
that's an ass whooping. We'll send the hugger succubus to give him a hug.
Yep, a sucky butt.
Oh my god.
I don't
Yeah,
understand. I don't understand
is a
because
hugger succubus in the lobby right now? So we can
no,
send him
no,
over to the other camp.
no.
Maybe they'll give him a hug over there.
He quit coming in because he came in the very next day and we were all making fun of him.
I mean, what do you expect? You make an ass out of yourself, you know?
It
We
just
just we just
makes it makes me laugh, cousin, when someone thinks that by them talking loud they're winning an argument and they're not, man. They're just making themselves look like an ass. Yeah, knee pads is right, Madeline. Yeah, he came at Josh sideways, Lawrence. Josh didn't mind, probably not get for him coming at him the way he did, but he shouldn't have come at Josh's wife the way he did, man. That made me angry. You don't threaten a lady like that, man.
and all the nonsense he was talking, it was writing. Trying to make himself sound like he's crazy to try to say, "Hey, don't press no charges on me for threatening your old lady. I'm just a little bit crazy. It's all an act,
Yes, JFA. Loudest ones wins. That's how we folks that operate.
just an act."
Exactly, Lawrence. That's how real men get down.
Now he's talking about he's gonna take people to court.
I hope he takes me to court. That way he can tell on himself all the bullshit he called me, and it'll be a, a hate crime because he called me the N word.
Well, you gonna take me to court for James for laughing at your ass because you're a jackass? Because I was
That
making
fool is
fun of you.
stupid, man. He ain't got no. Yeah, That psyche dude was really out there. Yeah, we got him on tape. The show is taped. He came out on the show.
Yeah, he's on here on the show. So James Graves, keep my name out of your mouth, or I'll give all the. You know what? It's too late. I already gave all the evidence to who I have to give it to.
Can I say something that he
Don't
said?
be surprised if they come knocking looking for you, man.
Can I say
It's not
something
them.
that he
It's
said?
not us.
He said, "We got proof now." Ah, pendejo. Yeah, a man that would threaten a woman is not a man, for real. Even real gangsters know that no women, no kids, man. That's off limits. Oh, that's messed up. What's up, runner? Welcome.
What's up, Brenner? Yeah, it's garbage, man. A piece of mierda of caca.
Guacha. That right there, Ivy, that's a ass whooping. You bring up somebody's dead mom. That's a ass whooping just straight on principle. He wouldn't do
Yeah,
it face to face. He wouldn't do it face to face. I can guarantee you that.
he's a computer warrior, man. Not even a warrior, a computer troll.
Because by the way I was watching him, he talks too much, man. Think of
Yeah,
that
James
by
Gray, we got you on tape, man. We got you on video when you're making the death threats, man.
I'm
That's
still
for you submit
waiting.
it into evidence,
I'm still
into the
waiting.
archives.
Come find me. See what happens to you. Welcome, Nevia's Angel. ¿Cómo estás? Yes, that is the subject for tonight's discussion is soul takers.
It's kind of like weird how this damn losers want to take cheap shots at women and stuff, and saying they're going to do this and that. But here we are.
Still
Time goes
waiting.
by, and they ain't done nothing because they ain't about it. They talk a big game. They got a big mouth, but when it comes down to it,
Okay,
they can't
Madeline.
handle business.
Don't forget to wash
Making
your hands.
threats. I'm sorry I had to bring this up, but I think I felt that I need to talk about it since he brought my name into it.
He's talking about you again, cousin.
Oh, not just basically saying that he's got proof of this and that that he's going to take us to court, but we got proof of him making death threats on my show through my show because they were talking to him. You
Mm-hmm.
could hear what he
Mm-hmm.
was saying to him.
Mm-hmm. I remember that show. I never laughed so hard, man. I was fearing for my life because I was gonna die of laughter. Like a payaso. He's a clown, man.
He so Graves, you're a payaso, you're a clown.
Exactly, Ridge Runner. No real G's gonna sit there and just talk shit. That's just too much talking, man. You walk up, you see each other, you start swinging. Whoever's at standing at the end, that's it. Ain't no talking.
Literally like to get in call with you guys. Well, he wasn't in a call with us. He knew we were live. He called the Turners and made the threats. We didn't put him on the show.
You know how I am, exuberance. You're starting to get to know me. I have no filter, man. Whatever the way I think something up, that's the way it comes out of my mouth, man. I'm sorry, but not sorry. No, we haven't started yet, Jessica Boyles. We're venting on some ass cloud that came in here doing death threats a couple of nights ago.
I'm not saying he's going to press charges at people because he has evidence of something. Yeah, we have evidence of you acting like a jackass, making death threats.
No, that was
We
the
already got.
second guy, man. We're talking about the second guy, not superhero dude with the caca cape. We're talking about
No,
the dude
it's a different guy.
with the sunglasses that was being racial.
It's a whole different guy.
Yeah, I told cousin Abe that
A jackass.
Lawrence that that was a good subject to talk about. We both agreed on it. Soul takers. And if anybody wants to come on and share a story of a soul taker, we're more than willing to hear it.
But besides
Yeah,
that guy,
we're about to
besides that
start.
guy, I was just putting him out there on blast since you want to bring my name into something. Uh, the dude has serious issues, and the issues is he wants to talk a big game, but he can't back it up. And now he's acting like the victim when he's the one that was making death threats to people, saying he's going to do this or that. I believe one of them
Welcome,
was
Sharon.
that he's going to chop somebody up in little pieces. He's seen too many Chainsaw Massacre movies.
Yeah, yep. We got Kaka Cape. We got the drinkers. Then we'll have Lily Lips or something like that. Yeah, we're like Dick Tracy. You got it.
And he's saying that let's start on with the show, brothers and sisters. Sorry about that. You had to hear that, but I had to let it out, man, because you know a jackass is
Then
always going to be a jackass. No, you can't. I feel sorry for whatever woman is with this guy. He's even got a girlfriend, which
he
I
probably
doubt it.
beats her. He probably beats her.
Yeah, she's all banged up that she's got patches on herself. Damn, blow up doll girlfriend that he got.
Welcome, Nelly Turner. Welcome to the show.
How you doing, Sister Nelly Turner? So today we're talking about soul takers, of the many forms of soul takers that we've seen. Well, I know I've experienced many, but that they come in many manifestations. So one of the most that's seen a lot. There's many that are seen a lot, but one of the soul takers that I want to talk about is the infamous hellhounds. They normally show up when somebody's fixing to die. You got any stories of the hellhounds,
Oh,
cousin Jesse, or anything that
just the one that chased me up a tree and kept me there all night, cousin. I was walking home at like 3 in the morning from my friend's house here in Fort Worth, and I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I was lit up. I was tore up from the ground up. And as I was walking home, my hair started standing on end, and I looked back and I see this black dog with red eyes running after me, man. Hasta I lost my buzz like I did with that when we were in that truck. I lost my buzz, man, and I took off running. That's when I could run, and it was getting closer and closer to me. And the only thing I could do was climb up a tree, man. I was up in the tree till like 6 in the morning when it disappeared, man. It just stayed there. It wouldn't leave. It would just stay in there, sitting there under the tree, looking up at me, man. My hairs were all standing on end and everything, and it was. I knew that there was nothing I could do if I got off the tree. That was it for me. So I just
What do you
stayed in the
feel
tree.
would have happened if you wouldn't have climbed the tree?
I think it would have attacked me and tried to kill me, man. That's what I thought it was
Do
gonna
you
do
think
because
maybe because you said you were partying, maybe you had too much drink in your system, and the hellhound was sensing that you might have possibly OD'd of
well,
some sort?
well, it's a good possibility because I had a lot of stuff in me, man. A lot of drinks, a lot of smokes, and a lot of powder. I was out there, man.
So the hellhound was there because it was sensing that maybe you might die. So it was there to
But
collect your soul.
it was there to do something, man. All I know is when I saw it, man, I lost my buzz. I got sober quick, man. But yeah, like I said, it chased me up a tree and it just sat there while I
Was
was
it
up in the
was it
tree.
barking at you?
No, it was just looking at me, man. It wasn't barking. It was looking at
Was
me,
his,
but I kind of figured that it
his
was
tail
after
was
me.
tail sticking up
Yeah.
in the air?
When it was running after me, yeah, the tail was standing straight up in the air. And then when it sat down, the tail was like flat against the street. It wasn't wagging or nothing. It was just flat on the street and it was just looking up at me. The
So
creepiest red eyes I
when,
remember,
when
man.
when you sobered up, started sobering up from the buzz and all that, that's when it finally left. When you became more
Yeah,
coherent.
when I came down, is what you want to say. When I came down,
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
trying to
man.
say.
Yeah, when I came down, it was like 6 in the morning, and it just faded. It disappeared from where it was
So the
sitting
dog was there all night,
all night, man. It was just sitting under the tree, looking up at
from
me.
3 to 6. That's like 3 hours.
Yep, yep. And I didn't dare come off of that tree, man, until the sun came up. It was like almost 8 o'clock before I got out of the tree. I wanted to make sure the
Go
sun
to
was
sleep
out.
on a tree, or you were awake
No,
all night.
I was awake all night, man. There was no way I was gonna fall asleep and fall out the tree, and the dog would get me.
Okay, Lawrence Morgan says there are accounts of hellhounds in 1800 chasing people into a church around here, and it burned the doors of the church. What do you think about that one? What they're saying?
Well, it's all is possible, cousin. All is possible. You should know you had those three demonic entities follow you into a Catholic church, or the pastor's where he lived, the priest lived. If they want to get in somewhere, man, they will. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Someone's
just
talking
glad
about
that.
hellhound.
Oh, with a rebel yell, he wants more, more, more. So polite. He's so polite, man.
He goes.
Welcome, Patsy Trigg. Welcome to the show. But yeah, pretty much like I said, I'm just glad it didn't climb up after me because I had no other place to go but that tree, man. I was like 5 blocks away from my house. I don't think I could have run it and it not catch me.
So basically, what I ask you, cousin, this hellhound. Now that you're older and stuff, do you think it was there uh to scare the head out, try to scare the hell out of you because you could have gone, or was it there also to warn you of what could happen
Well, I'm thinking that it was
because of
like a
the path that you
warning.
were on?
Yeah, I'm thinking that it was like a warning because if it really was out to get me, it probably would have been able to climb the tree. But yeah, I think it was a warning because of the way I was living my life, man. I mean, I would do the same thing every day, man, and come home at the same time every night. After that experience, man, I kind of took it down a step, man.
Careful, grab
Oh, so polite.
it. You always be taking advantage of me, y'all, when I do the live. You know when to hit me up for the treats.
Yeah, Andres Gonzalez, you're right. It is an opening. That's why they're called spirits for a reason. Because we were drinking Jack Daniels all night, man. Had some bud, had some powder, so I was up and down. I'm probably gonna die, I guess, because like I said, we were doing all three of those things at the same time. So
What
I
kind
feel
of tree
like I
was
was.
it that you climbed? Cuz
It was a pecan tree, man.
a pecan tree.
Yeah, there's a lot of pecan trees here in Fort Worth, man.
Drinking or being high both apparently opens your mind and senses to the spiritual side of the brain of body, allowing you to see more thoughts.
I agree. I agree with that, Andres. But yeah, cousin, like I said,
Some,
it
yeah.
wasn't barking at me. I was just sitting. It was just sitting there looking up at me in the tree, just waiting to see if I was gonna get out of the tree, and there was no way I was gonna get out of that tree, man. But that's back when I could climb a tree. I was like 14 years old when that happened. Nice shirt. Rebel, rebel.
People hitting me up on the treats. It's like Halloween for him right now. Every time I do the lives, it's like he's trick or treating. Damn, Rebel. I just give it to you. What happened?
He swallowed that.
One more, one more, and that's it. Give me a
Hi,
break.
Mr. Anderson 101. How you doing? Welcome to the show. But yeah,
All
that,
right,
that
here
was
we
my
go.
experience with a hellhound.
Somebody says I read about people seeing wild men around here and giant birds as well. Uh, wild men. I don't know what do you mean by wild men.
I don't know, man.
Like
Ridge Runner
homeless
doesn't live
people
anywhere
that are
near me.
high on drugs.
Yeah, Ivy says that it's looking blurry. Both of us are. They're looking blurry. The whole screen, even the letters on your screen, are looking blurry. I don't see
Oh
anything
wow.
blurry.
I don't know, looks pretty good to me here.
It looks good to me too. I don't see myself blurry.
About
Yeah,
the
Ivy.
I don't know
Refresh your screen.
about Bigfoots. I've seen a lot of men in costumes pretending to be Bigfoots online. They get somebody to do a little cameo while they're in their costume, but I haven't seen one that's legit, man. All I've seen is people in costume. To be honest with you, that's what I see is people pretending to be Bigfoot.
So you did, Ridge Runner?
Mr. Anderson says, "I only ask because mythology is most about birds, wild man, totem poles." Yeah, I think the totem poles have to do with the Watchers because that's what the Watchers were shapeshifter skin like they had the abilities of shapeshifting into different forms. Uh, that's where their offspring, the DDN, have those abilities also. But right now, they're the disembodied demonic Nephilim because they got destroyed by the Great Flood. So what people are seeing is, when you talk about skinwalker shapeshifters, they're saying that they're seeing Bigfoots and Dogmen and all these cryptid sightings. They're actually witnessing the DDN, the disembodied demonic Nephilim, because
He says
the
that
totem
he's on
poles
the.
they also exist in Mexico. A lot of this, how they looked and everything like that, and how they were able to, they had different looks of different manifestations that would take. But I'm not gonna lie to you that I believe there is wild men out there that are crazy because they're out there searching for Bigfoot and they're out there going out yelling, pretending to be Bigfoot and stuff like that. I believe that that's true because we see the videos on YouTube,
Welcome,
on
Michelle
TikTok,
Delaney.
where people are pretending to be Bigfoots because they're in costume.
Welcome back,
Luckily,
Michelle.
luckily, none of them have gotten shot by somebody hunting Bigfoot.
I hope you washed your hands, Madeline. I keyed, I keyed. But anyway, getting back to the topic, cousin, that was my only
Yes.
experience with a hellhound.
Yeah, I've had an experience with a hellhound, and there was other things that were in play with a hellhound. Uh, there's another thing that runs with a hellhound because a hellhound doesn't travel alone. The other thing that runs with a hellhound that people really don't talk about, but they run together, is the Hat Man. What is his name? The Hat Man, right, cousin?
Yeah, yeah, they call him the
Is it
Hat Man.
the Hat Man, which is
Hmm.
the guy that has a top hat with like a cape and he has red eyes. He runs with the Hellhounds also, which to me there are like reapers or soul collectors. That's what they do. They went up in areas where an accident is fixing to happen. Uh, Another form of that. I mean, let's talk about the Hat Man. Uh, I've had an encounter with a Hat Man and a Hellhound at the same time, but not that they were together. But I believe that the Hat Man has the ability to change it to the Hellhound and vice versa. They could actually turn into many things. Whatever manifestation that they want to take, they can take. But they're in spirit. They come at you in spirit slash demonic form. Okay, let me see, read some of these comments before I continue. Yes, a lot of native elders they talk about that the Bigfoot corrupted their people. That the Bigfoot corrupted the people through, or Sasquatch corrupted their people through witchcraft and necromancy. So what is it saying that what are the Bigfoots? If they corrupted the people through witchcraft or necromancy, which you got AKA the Shaker Skinwalkers, is because they're demonic in nature. No difference in what they did over there in Egypt. They corrupted the people through witchcraft, necromancy, and sorcery. Magic. All right. So I had an experience with the Hat Man. I'm gonna share a couple of the experience I've had with the Hat Man. Well, I can stick to the Hellhound. The time that I had experience with the Hellhound and the Hat Man uh, was the day that I lost my mother to domestic violence. I remember going around her town, around the dirt roads. I was on my 10-speed bike, and I had prayed to the Heavenly Father to guide me to where my mother was, uh, spiritually, to guide me to where she was at. So I started following my spirit. I was following my spirit. I already prayed to our Father, and I started following my spirit, my heart, my love foundation, and I started going around this dirt roads, and cousin Jesse, you know how pitch dark is in the Rio Grande Valley, especially in the dirt roads. It's pitch dark that there could be
Yep.
anything out there. So I'm
Yeah.
just the only thing I'm seeing is a white caliche on the dirt roads, and I'm going on those dirt roads on the 10-speed bike, driving it, riding the 10-speed bike, and I made it up to a pavement road or a highway. So I started going down this road on the 10-speed bike that I had. I was only 15 years old, and I stopped on this little bridge, and I get off the bike. As I'm walking on the bike, there was like a light right there, like a light pole. I could hear like moaning, like something was moaning. Uh, I could hear like something was moaning, and as I was hearing something was moaning, I passed the bridge, and I could hear the moaning coming. Like there was a dirt road from a distance, like I could hear moaning, like if somebody was in pain. So I started walking down the dirt road to where I heard the moaning of somebody in pain, and that's when I seen the Hat Man. He literally stood up he came out of the ground and stood up. It's like he didn't stand up. He just came from underneath the ground and he was already up, pretty tall. I would say like 7 foot, 8 foot tall, pretty tall. And he was looking at me and looking at him, and you can see the face because he's not human. The only thing you can see is the dark, it's just all in black, and you see the hat is black, the whatever. I don't think it's a cape. I believe it's demon wings that people mistake it for a cape. Uh, so it's looking at me and I'm looking at it, and we're just having like just staring at each other. Then he just comes at me. When he comes towards me, he's gliding off the ground. His feet are not touching the ground because it's in spirit, right? So he's gliding like probably 2 feet off the ground and coming at me. So as I'm getting on my bike, there's a ranch up ahead, and the lights are flickering on the rat. The lights of the ranch are flickering. All the lights are just going on and off, and you could hear people laughing. And the lights are just flickering all crazy. So I get on my 10th Street bike and I go down this road that's got a lot of potholes that goes back into town. As I'm riding the bike, I look behind me and it's gliding behind me. And I get into town up past the irrigation system and I stop to look, because I'm in town. When I turn around to look, it's not the Hat Man that's there anymore. It's a hellhound. It's in the form of a dark, pitch dark, midnight black, what seemed to be like a Doberman of sort, something like a pitch black, but it's all black. And he had red eyes, and his tail was straight up in there, just looking at me. So I'm looking at it, and I'm praying within myself, the Our Father, but it's not crossing the street because underneath the street there's water flowing underneath the street because of our irrigation system. So it's not crossing the street. It turns around and it leaps like 10, 15 feet. One leap is like 10, 15 feet. It takes like three long leaps and it's gone. With three leaps, it's covered a lot of ground. I drive home and all this on the bike, and I get home. When I get home, my aunt is there, and she's telling me to go get my brother and sisters because she's scared in her truck. She said she's seen something. She didn't want to say what she's seen. The only thing I know is I went to go get my brother and sisters, carry my little sister, my brother. We got in the vehicle and we took off. My little sister kept on saying to me, "Don't let me touch the ground." She kept on saying that, "Don't let me touch the ground." And my little sister was like 2 years old. She just kept on repeating that, "Don't let me touch the ground." So when we got to my aunt's house, she was saying that when she arrived there, because the cops had contacted her, that she seen a monkey, a, a black monkey on a tree, or something that looked like a monkey on a tree, and he had red eyes. So there was three things that were spotted that night: the dark man, or hat man, should I say, with the red eyes, the hellhound with the red eyes, and what she seen was like some kind of monkey or a bulto negro, right, or a dark shadow on the tree with red eyes. So there was three things that were witnessed in that nature when I lost my mother. Then my sister B, she witnessed later on that night, or before they picked him up, that she seen what seemed to be my mother in the house with a smirk on her face. So also a manifestation that it took of my to pretend it was my mother. So it was four things that were witnessed that night, to my understanding, which was the Hat Man, the Hellhound, some creature on the tree that they thought it was a monkey or a something in the nature with red eyes, and somebody a shifter, skinwalker, double hanger, whatever you want to call it, or something that manifested to look like my mother. But it wasn't my mother because my mother was already deceased. That my sister witnessed at the house. That's evil for you, brother and sisters. They have the abilities to take many manifestations in which I believe a lot of people are being deceived in the cryptic community. I've had the encounters, so I know how they look. When we talk about bulto negros, dark shadows, because that's we've talked about this before. They look literally as big as they get. They can look like a Bigfoot, but people mistake them for a Bigfoot because they're that big. I've shared the pictures with you how big they can look. They do have a red eye glare at nighttime, so I can see how people can mistake something for what they want to call it. Wow, man, I'm just here to the bearer of bad news. Is not a creature; it's a demon that's manifesting to look that way, like the EDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. I'm sorry that I'm the bearer of bad news. That's what I've seen, brother and sisters. I had the encounter when I was 15 years old. I did not see a Bigfoot. I did not see a dog man. I've seen something that looks like a Mothman one time, but there's a lot of beings that are black with red eyes. The a lechuza could be that way. A lechuza is like can manifest to turn into a black owl, a giant black owl, and have red eyes. Buto negros, dark shadow figures with red eyes. Uh, of course, people when you hear about the Mothman, it was like a dark figure with red eyes, right? What other beings, cousin, that you can think of that to me they're
Well,
they're they're like soul takers? When all those people died where the Mothman was spotted, there was
let
other
me
things
take
that were
the
being spotted beside the Mount Pleasant. Many other
let me
things are
take
being
the
spotted besides the Mothman,
let
the
me
Men
take
in
the time
Black.
to answer this question, Yvette. No, I don't think there are any good Bigfoots. If you heard Cousin Ed when we first started that we were talking about Bigfoots, he said the native people said that the Bigfoots corrupted the people. So yeah, if your question is if there are any good Bigfoots, no, there are no good Bigfoots. They're not Bigfoots. They're somebody demonic negligence or shadow creatures. What else is a soul taker? Yeah, the Santa Muerte is a soul taker, cousin.
Santa Muerte.
It's a
What is
soul
a
take.
like a reaper, right?
Yes, yes, it's a reaper. La Santa Muerte, like I said before, if you in that religion, the you have to know going in that the Santa Muerte it betrays. If you promise
You-
something that
Sister
if you
Mana says,
promise,
"Do you think the Mothman is a soul taker or just an omen of death?"
well, in my opinion, I think that he's there as an omen. But then again, if people die around him, then it could be the other way. I don't know too much about the Mothman.
I believe they're both, not just an omen, because I already know that tragedy is going to happen. Uh, Tragedy is going to happen, and a lot of people lost their lives. So
Welcome, 86. Welcome to the show. Now, well, Madeline, if you think the good Bigfoots are the ones that simply tolerate our existence, then have at it, girl. But yeah, cousin, like I was saying, the Santa Muerte is a soul collector también because it will collect the souls of its own worshippers. And who are the people that follow the religion? Drug dealers, gangsters, just people like that are the ones that make up that religion, in my opinion.
another one you can add to the list of soul takers that they've been spotted and certain things happened would be uh, kind of like well, we got somebody here, the Goat Man. The Goat Man that's over there at the bridge, I believe in Fort Worth or Dallas, isn't it?
It's here
The
in
Goat
Lake Worth.
Man is.
In Lake Worth.
You know about the Goat Man? What's the story behind the Goat Man, cousin? I mean,
Well, it
that's
said that if you go and cross that bridge, where it's called the Goatman Bridge, if you cross that bridge at a certain hour of night, it will appear and it will take your soul. I've never gone looking for it, man, to be honest. But I know that it's in Lake Worth here, where that dude that has the evidence on us lived. The Super Cape, where he
yeah.
lives, that's where it appears, man. That's probably was probably possessed by the goat man that day that he called with his fucking cape. Welcome, Joe Two Pops.
Let's see. Sister Madeline says, I mean, what people call good Bigfoot is probably just them tolerating people, but doesn't mean that you're a friend. A bear once won't always kill and eat you, but you still should try to cuddle it.
Oh no, I'll poke it with a stick. Come here, bear. But yeah, cousin, I've never personally gone looking for it. But yeah, it's not too far from here.
The only
I've heard
Bigfoot I know that's good is the one they sold at the store for 99 cents. The beef jerky.
the beef
Tastes pretty
jerky.
good.
The only good Bigfoot I ever seen was the one on TV, Harry and the Hendersons.
They sell it at HEB for 99 cents. The Bigfoot beef jerky. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I like to poke the bear, Madeline. If you haven't heard all my stories, I'll get into a fight with anything. I don't care. I try to fight a werewolf with a box cutter. As long as it's not trying to give me a hug, we're good.
The tornadoes that will come around our house, Sister Madeline, they have red eyes. The one that was being the peeper uh, that my sister would see in the back room.
No exuberance. I
How
don't
tall was
think
that one,
so.
cousin? You seen them too, no?
The peeper, yeah, I seen him in the back room. I couldn't tell how tall he was because he was always holding on to the wall by the door where he would poke his head in. I could never tell how tall he was. When I would go run back there to see how big he was always gone. Hello, welcome, Anunnaki boy, bro. I mean, welcome to
Go ahead, Runner.
Tito. Welcome, Rob.
I'm looking at
Welcome.
the comments.
But yeah, I never got to see how tall he was, but he did have an ugly face and some big ass eyes, man.
It was
I didn't
massive,
like the,
man. It would cover the whole window.
I do remember that I could see him from the picnic table when the doors were open to the house. You always see him in the back
So-
room.
Somebody says, have you ever fought any bad spirits?
Rob, yes, I have. The other house that we moved out of was always had bad spirits in it. We were living near a lake, so there was always stuff in the house that I had to get rid of by cleansing the house. And you, cousin, have you ever fought any bad spirits?
All the time. All the time.
Benny, welcome,
All my life,
Benny.
man. Somebody says, yes, La Santa Muerte is no joke. It's demonic. Somebody says, once I've been seen a video of death late night locking up the hangar. I see what is best described the grinning theater mask had been in mid-air.
Wow. People see mommy with baby's Bigfoot, probably deceivers. Wow, Joe Two Pops.
A lot of people are jumping in for tonight's show. Hey, man, you have an ability to sense things. I'm Tennessee, a teacher I know went missing. His name is Rory Wright. Well, can you sense any foul play? Just worried. Uh, I would say, you know, probably to see a picture of him, how he looks. But sometimes I don't
Welcome,
like doing
Liz.
all that because I can open myself to some other things. But if you show me a picture and I see something, I'll let you know. Because sometimes when you open yourself up like that, things can come and into your foundation because you're opening up to things of the spirit. I had a cousin that was missing for a while now, and I was seeing some images of a tree, some blood and stuff like that, and a pipe, and I prayed against it, because I went to sleep thinking about it. So I prayed against that. Then like 2 weeks passed by, and he was found safe. So I prayed against what I was seeing, prayed against it because I didn't want to give it power in any kind of way. So I prayed against what I was seeing. To my understanding, he was found safely. He was missing for about 4 months. That nobody knew who he was at, but they found him safely. So sometimes we just have to pray for them to be found safe. Uh, what is your friend's name? I think he said it up there, right? But the comments are going so fast.
Roy
Or sometimes,
Roy White
go ahead.
Whitted. Roy Whitted. Roy. I can't pronounce that last name. Whited.
Whitehead.
Roy Whited.
Yeah, because I can do things, but at the same time, when you open yourself up that way, you can you're leaving yourself vulnerable to get spiritually attacked. Roy White. But what we can do is pray for him, brother Renner. Uh, Heavenly Father, at this time we would like to pray for Roy Whited, for him to be found safely, for you to protect him, Heavenly Father, for him to, if there's any negative energies around him, this bonding them in any kind of way, shape, or form, we tie, bond, and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name. Free him. Send your heavenly angels to him, brother, Heavenly Father, to protect him and to bring him to safety so he can be found. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Hi, Liz Delgado.
Yeah, one time when I was in that group, spiritual, and it's called Light Workers of Life Feeds of the World. People would ask me questions, and the Heavenly Father, I see images of locations and homes and things in that nature, and I was helping people out, but at the same time, I had to stop doing that because that is like leaving an opening. Not unless it's meant for me to save somebody spiritually, but there's a lot of people that they lost a loved one, they want answers, and they start opening up themselves to things through Ouija boards, tarot card readings, spiritual readers, and that brings just more problems because you're not getting the answers that you want. It just you're leaving yourself an opening to get spiritually attacked. That's why it's important to pray to the Heavenly Father, so he'll give you the peace. I mean, as you know, people that crossed over, they're not here anymore. So I don't think they will want you to be worried about them because they're in spirit, you know. So in which they could continue to live spiritually, but wouldn't want you to be worried about them because, I mean, they can't suffer anymore in this world because they're in spirit form. So I
One
know, cousin
hour,
Jesse,
cousin.
what were you talking about, cousin Jesse? Before I start answering these questions, you were talking about
La Santa Muerte, but I was done with it.
oh, the Santa Muerte, yeah.
Yeah, I was done with it. We've been on for over an hour, cousin. Going
Oh
strong.
wow,
Everybody's
it's
barely
been
coming
pretty.
in.
Yeah, it's uh the day that so you want to talk about Bigfoots. Uh, to me, it's not Bigfoot. To me, they're bulto negros, which means grande bulto negros, which means giant, uh, dark shadows. That they're huge. Um, there was one day that I was thinking about my mother, and I said, "Okay, I'm gonna get in the truck. I'm gonna go visit her at the cemetery. It's already late at night. I get in the truck and I go down the back roads to go towards the cemetery. I'm going through the back roads because I'm illegal as hell. My truck is illegal. Everything is expired on the truck. No, the license plate, everything is expired. So, that's when I was like, when this happened to me. Well, how old was that cousin? Like 17.
Yeah, yeah,
I was like 17 years old, and
yeah. Because I had
I
just turned
passed
18.
I passed the old cemetery. Then across the highway 77, and I keep on going down towards the dirt road, and I'm driving down the dirt road, and I get to the road that runs to the new cemetery. There's a ranch house with a light on, and you could see the house because it's lighted. So as I'm driving down the dirt road, I could see the ranch house to the rearview
What can we
mirror,
go for?
and I'm going like I think like 35 miles an hour on the dirt road. Then it's like my speedometer says 35, but I can't pass the poles in front of me. It's like I'm not passing them. And I'm like looking at the speedometer and it says 35. My foot is on the gas. When I look to the rear view mirror, they just see something dark, like a dark shadow, big dark shadow, just blocking the road behind me. Because I can see the ranch house anymore or the light. So step on the gas, and I'm going 40 miles an hour, and it's still not moving forward. And I keep on looking, and I see something huge, like a dark shadow behind the truck. I can't see the ranch with the light on. As I hit it a 40, it's like something drops the rear end, and when the back tire shed, it like peels out, like, and I lose control of the truck, and I almost hit the pole. So I'm freaking out. I didn't even stop by the cemetery. I passed the cemetery, got on the road, and made it as fast as possible home. You know, I was freaked out when I got there. I was pale from the face, and they were asking me, well, what's the matter? I was telling them what happened to me. Cousin Jesse was there at the house, and guess him and my brother went outside to go check it out to see, what happened to the truck. And I was telling them what happened. What'd you see, cousin, with the truck?
The tailgate had been ripped off. The only thing that kept it on there were the chains that it had to keep it closed, but the tailgate had been ripped off.
Yeah, the tailgate had been
Yeah,
ripped
that.
off of it. It was a 1965 Ford, right?
Hmm.
Uh,
It was a
tailgate had been
custom
ripped
cat.
off of it. So something had lifted it up from the rear end while I was going 35 miles an hour on a dirt road. That's what happened. Something lifted it, and the tailgate got ripped off. Then my cousin, he was feeling good. He had been drinking and smoking.
Cuando?
He wanted to go to the store to get another beer, and I looked like Casper, man. I was like freaked out. What happened to me? It's like, come on, cousin. You just go. You just have to shake it off, and everything will be okay. Let's go get me a pack of smokes and let me buy me a quart of beer. So there I go. I go take them, and we parked behind the store on the next street over, and he got off. He said, "I'll be right back." You know, you want to go get his beer and stuff, and it's like I'm there and I'm seeing something because where we're parked at the end of the block is a field. What I don't know if it was a cotton field or some field that was there. Uh, and I seen something come from off out of the field, and it was real big. It was wider than the road where the truck was. It was wider than the truck, and it was coming. It was in the corner, and it was moving pretty fast. And then I hear my cousin, "Hey, cuz," I said, "Súbete, súbete, vámonos." I said, "Mira lo que
Yeah.
viene." I said, "Look what's coming." What'd you see, cousin?
Yeah, I turned around and saw the biggest, whitest black shadow figure just moving up the street like nothing, man. Hasta la buzz se me quitó. I jumped
It
in
was
the truck
huge.
and said, "Let's go, let's go, let's go."
Man,
And
it
it,
started chasing us, y'all. It was chasing us. How many blocks did it chase us? Like 4 blocks?
I'm saying 5,
Like 5 blocks?
and we
It
were doing
chased us.
40,
We
and
even
it was
stopped on the
steady.
road to see, and it was still coming at us. It was huge. The road that goes by my aunt's house and that goes by the array. That's where we're at. That road. Man, it was chasing us. We made it all the way to the house, and then
Yes,
after
madam.
yeah,
I lost my
it was
buzz quick, fast, and in a hurry.
how big do you estimate? Because there was
If I remember correctly, looking up, 13, maybe 14 feet high and wide as the both lanes of the road.
somebody says, Abraham, have you heard of cryptids would not walk over graves in Catholic cemetery? Uh, I don't think this is where people get it confused. I don't think it's cryptids that do that. It's more of
Deviant.
demons. Just it's demons.
I remember, man, when we got home, man, I was as pale as you. I got scared, dude. I lost my buzz. I was like, oh, Lord, no, let's get home.
I think it followed us all the way home because I think right after that is when my sister started seeing the peeping tom.
I remember we got home and ran in the house. I said, I left my beer. You said, go get it. I said, hell no, I'm not going out there.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Wouldn't it be Joe Two Pops? When they say that well, cryptids will go over cemeteries, more of demons because it's
It's
holy
holy
ground
ground.
and it's blessed, right? That's why they won't go there. So it's more of demons won't go there. Sacred areas of worship. And the natives, what they used to do is when somebody was sick or somebody was dying, they were placed rocks in a circle. The only ones that were in the circle was they would go like into spiritual battle. The ones that would be in the circle would be the person that was sick or that was dying, and the shaman. The shaman was dressed up in his garments and go into that circle to help with the person that was sick or to help out the person that was crossing over to keep the negative energies away, the spirits away. That's what they would do that. What do you think the shamans dressed the way they did into the beastly garments to look beastly? You got to remember one thing. Uh, Beelzebub can cast out Beelzebub, but that's what they were dressed that way because those are the things that they were noticing of what they were seeing out there. And that goes down to the Watchers because that's the Watchers and the Nephilim. That's how they look like. So a lot of people will mimic, right? They're mimickers. They will mimic the what they will see, the manifestations that we see, come forth.
No, Zopo, the
And
demons are not seeking warrant from the living. That's why they enter you. No, the demons are seeking your soul and to destroy your vessel. That's why they enter you.
yeah,
Once they destroy your vessel, that's another soul gain for the other side. They're not seeking warmth, they're just seeking your soul.
uh, the the
Fruit
Sasquatch
don't touch the
would
tree.
lure children away from the camp, and children will wind up disappearing. And the natives, because a lot of them were woodlanders that live in the woods, especially like here in Central Texas. You had a lot of them that live near the creeks, near the lakes. Their homes were built in the woods.
I thank the Lord, man, I've never been camping. I could just as easily have something kill me here at home. That's out there
Well,
camping, man.
I'm just bringing the spiritual aspect out of it. That even the shamans and many of the native community they know about this thing. So what Sasquatch is. They'll tell you it's demonic. They're not just like they know. what a shapeshifter skinwalker is or a Wendigo. They know that it's evil. Yeah, they would deceive them because it can mimic their voices and they can manifest to look like them. So if they could manifest to look like a member of the tribe, and they're calling somebody by their name, whether it's a child or a woman, and they lure them out of the camp, then they already got them, right? Because they're believing it's wherever the manifestation they're taking. So they get taken or taken, like the guy from the movie Taken, but they literally get taken in the way because they're being deceived. So if something manifests to look like someone you might know and to take you away from the camp, I don't think that's such thing as a nice Bigfoot. If it's taking you and then it makes you disappear, that's not a friendly Bigfoot. It's more of a demonic being that's deceiving people to not to take the body and the vessel. Let me read some of these comments here. Yeah. In Spanish we called Montenegro. I really never heard of somebody say Sasquatch in Spanish. Have you, Primo?
What?
A Sasquatch in Spanish? What would it be
I don't
called?
know. I don't know. I always call them patas grandes, man. That's what I call them. I don't know what they're
But
called.
but I'm saying there's never really been a name for it. Not in
No,
our culture. We
no,
just
because
know
my
them
dad
as
was,
bulto negros, dark shadows.
yeah, because my dad was straight up from Matamoros, man, and he grew up there in the mountains, and he never said or ever seen anything like that. Thank you, Zoko. Thank you, Ivy. I agree with you,
Heard a
Mr.
lot.
Anderson. Huh?
Yeah.
Please define fantastico. They I think Tony the Tiger defies it every time when he's on the box. They're just great. I
Fantastic.
don't know what it is about this time because my allergies start acting up.
So now the pollen starts hitting the ground and stuff like that.
Ah, I need a Scooby snack.
So let's get back to the topic of the soul takers. Both negros I've seen, brothers and sisters. I've had a lot of encounters. If people want to call them Bigfoots, they can. But to me, they're dark shadow figures with red eyes, which to me is demonic. I had an experience.
My favorite
uh,
Zofo.
Am I getting it? But I think I would say they would be considered like soul takers too. Like they surface up when something tragic is going to happen. So that's why I'm talking about it right now. I witnessed them in Lubbock, Texas, at the ranch. We lived in a ranch when I used to go work up there during the summers in Anton, Texas. It was in between Anton and Littlefield. There was a ranch we used to go. That's where we stayed when we go work up there. And I was always seeing a shadow figure, right? It was always standing by the pole, and I could see it because it was underneath the light. And it was just there looking at me all the time. So I was always seeing the shadow figure in the same spot for the longest time. Then one evening, as my parents were arguing, I went outside because I got tired of them arguing. I went outside, and when I was standing on the porch, I seen in front of our house, probably like 60 feet away or 50 feet away. Yeah, 50 feet or no, yeah, like 50, 40 feet away from the dirt road. We had pine trees. The pine trees were in front of the house, and they were all aside the house. Uh, Alongside the house, they were probably further than the 40 feet, probably like 60 feet away. But it was nothing but pine trees. So as I was standing there, I could see all the red eyes looking at me,
Please
and
excuse me.
the the height of the red eyes was pretty tall. I could see the red eyes and the silhouette of Punto Negros. So I'm freaking out because I'm seeing them there. I'm seeing them by where they keep the seed of the cotton in the cottonging this aluminum things. I could see one standing behind there. I look to the right of me and I see a bunch of them standing uh, by the pine trees, and we're surrounded. There had to be, man, just by in front of the house there was 10, and to the side of a house there were a bunch of them there. So there were many that were around that evening. So I went inside the house and I told my parents, "Hey, stop arguing." I said, "La cosa mala's here, the evil one's here." And they're like, "There's nothing here." I said, "Yes, there are. They're all around the house." So they look and they see him too. So they stop arguing and they start going into prayer. We're surrounded by these Buto Negros with red eyes, and they start coming towards the house. The ones by the trees start coming toward the house. I barricade, lock all the doors, and I start praying. We're praying and praying, and then I start seeing them looking through the windows. They're all around the house, like they're getting very close to the house, and we're praying. The next thing you know, all the things that were there, they're not there no more. So I'm thinking that it's over, that everything's cool. My parents stop arguing or whatever, and I go to sleep. I go to sleep. Me and my brother shared a big old, like a king size bed. So we're asleep, and I'm having this dream that I'm falling in a hole or a pit, and I imagine like something soft at the bottom of the pit. So when I hit the bottom of the pit, I'll bounce, right, like something comfortable. I wake up from that dream. When I wake up, my face is pressing something hard. I'm thinking that I fell and hit the ground because I feel like something hard on my face, like the floor. Um, when I open my eyes, I see the bed below me. I see my brother laying down. He looks at me. He gets up because he was younger. He was like in sixth grade. He takes up running out of the room, and he's freaking out because they have me. I'm elevated in the air by a force. My face is hitting the ceiling, and next thing you know, whatever's got me lifted up in the air lets me go, and I slam on the ground, and I go into prayer. Something had me
Hello, Josh
elevated in
Jordan.
the air.
Welcome.
Uh, but I'm
Thank
just
you.
I'm just letting you know that the things that
What's
were
up,
by the
Snippy?
tree line that came around the home, they really came inside our house because I got elevated off the ground. There was no UFO or nothing. I was literally elevated,
Welcome, Juliana Love.
and my body was touching the ceiling. I was pressed against the ceiling by a force. Uh, my brother, he remembers that. He's older now, but he remembers that day. I'm just letting you know, brothers and sisters, that these beings, they're around, and the reason they're around is because they were up to no good. Uh, I lost my mother like 3 months later after that incident. La cosa mala. That's what we call it in Spanish. People call them demonios, diablos. We call it la cosa mala, the evil one, right, people?
Yes, primo.
And they come in numbers, brothers and sisters. See, what people don't understand is they don't want just one person. If the people in charge of being bonded, which will be the head of the household, they want the whole enchilada. They want everybody because it's about collecting them souls to them. So for those people that say, "Oh, they're friendly," "Oh, they're my friends," nah, they're fooling you because if they have that chance, they'll get rid of the vessel to collect the soul. How you doing, brother Josh?
Hope your foot is better. Hope your brother and the other relative are doing better.
So I just wanted to share that story with y'all, brothers and sisters. They were pretty big, man, big size. It wasn't somebody in a costume that's 7 foot tall. They were bigger than that. They were at least 10 or 11 feet tall and very wide. There's Punto Negros that I speak of.
I've never heard of anything like that. Patsy Trig, face eaters in the jungles. What are they? Aliens or something else?
Uh, no, I've never heard of anything like that. Face eaters in the jungles. I mean, there is lions and tigers in the jungle. You got anacondas, but I've never heard of no face eaters.
Oh, face peelers. I'm sorry.
Oh, safe peel. Sorry,
Face
face
peelers.
peelers. Well, there is indigenous tribes that live in the jungles that would do something like that. Peel a face, make a
Shrink a face.
shrinking head out of the body, like in Beetlejuice. The head shrinkers.
¿Qué pasa, squeeze, Jaime Alanis? Welcome in.
How you doing, Jaime? Nice. So going back to the soul takers, all this, there were many came in numbers, and I lost my mother 3 months later. Did you experience anything like that, cousin? Any signs of something like that? Uh, when your mom was sick,
No,
or did
cousin.
she
What
mention anything like that, like Punto Negros coming to her or anything like that?
she was talking to her past relative is what she was talking to, man. Before she stopped talking. But then again, we had that thing where the the inside door would be open and we'd be looking onto the yard, and around 5 or 6 in the afternoon every day they would come and knock on the door and ring the doorbell. And we were looking outside while this is happening and nobody's there. That's when I would start to hear that Indian chanting, and I'd go outside and I couldn't find where it was coming from, but I could hear it loud as if it were right there in front of me.
Yeah, you know what that was, right? That's a DDN. The DDN, you can't see it, but it can make this. It can make noises, disembodied noises, like chantings. Probably call somebody's name, uh, using somebody else's, mimicking somebody else's voice to try to lure you outside. Uh, but yeah, that's what they do. That's when you have to fight spiritually against them. It's going to prayer and take authority over them, tell them that they're not allowed there.
Yeah,
Type out
my
and rebuke
mom
them in Jesus Christ's name, and they'll flee.
my mom was the like me, man. She couldn't sleep in a in a dark room because she would get spiritually attacked while she was asleep. So she always used to have a light on in there. Just like me in my room, I have a little light in there that stays on while I sleep. Or if not, I'll turn that off and leave my tablet running on a movie or something. So there's light in my room because I can't sleep in the dark. Because when I sleep in the dark, I get attacked.
And
That's how I
I
put.
think some of these things that are in these locations where you hear the chantings is because they have some kind of jurisdiction there, or some open portal, or somebody placed something there that the La Cosa Mala, the evil one, goes to that location because somebody's trying to do spiritually to the people that live in the property. You know, a form of witchcraft can do something like that.
I
Like
kind of
we're talking about cousin Jesse, when I will find those cats that were hanging in the back fence when I was growing up, and the door would be gutted out, where the everything would be hanging everywhere. Like this, the whole guts would just be hanging out. They were hanging on the trees. You said they probably were placed there as a marker.
yeah. The other thing, cousin, is I kind of figured that whatever they were doing to my mom and her siblings, they were trying to get rid of the whole family, man. Because, like I said, when we got chased out of town by those black birds, they didn't stop chasing us till after we passed the checkpoint. So whatever it was, I'm thinking it might have been a generational curse that they put on the family. I mean, I feel bad
Uh,
for those people that bought my mom's house because I'm pretty sure they didn't cleanse it. They took it the way it was, and in that back room that nobody could sleep in because it had such a bad vibe to it that it's probably still they're probably having problems with that house, man.
we got a couple of questions here. Sofo says, "Why do they attack?" And Rob says, "How do they attack you?"
Well, why do they attack? They attack if you have a spiritual opening, and the that's why they attack. How do they attack? They attack you mentally. They attack you physically, and try to
Spiritually.
see if they can find an opening to get into the vessel. I hope I said that correctly, cousin, because that's the way I see it.
Yeah, through spiritual openings, the fear factor. There's a lot of people that hear, like for an example, he was saying the chantings that sounded like a native, and they're saying, calling people's names. There's some people that will get scared, like what the hell is this? Because they don't understand what's going on. But for someone that has been through it, I know what to do is go into prayer and fight against it spiritually, and command it to leave. Type by every wicked in Jesus Christ's name, and it'll flee. But there's some people that won't do that, that they freak out, they get scared, and the more scared they get, the more uh, authority it
Mo-
has over the property and possibly inside the house, because they're afraid, and they don't go into prayer to fight spiritually against them, so they get some power over them. What do you think about that, cousin?
Yeah, I agree with you completely, cousin. Because all they're looking for is an opening, and that's why you had to guard your four gates. Because the
You
more
ever heard
that
that?
the more fear you
What's the
show,
saying?
the stronger you make
Yeah.
it.
What's the saying? When you think you seen it all because you're down, where you're sick, and you're going through a lot of things. That's when they attack you. That's when they even attack you even more, when you're down. That's when they come at you when you're down. They attack you even more.
If you saw something that was like a Grim Reaper, Mr. Anderson, it wasn't a spirit. It was actually a Grim Reaper. Only Grim Reapers look like Grim Reapers, man. And that's my account anyway. Yeah, I've had
Hey,
that
that's not
happen, Zofo. I've had that happen to me personally. The other house we lived in, well, the one around the corner, the owner was a African American guy, and that was his mom's house. She died there, and I would sleep in the living room on the army cot, and at night I could feel somebody stroking my hair. So I would just cover my head and turn around the other way and try to ignore it. What I should have done was, rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. But the the spirit that was in there wasn't malevolent. It was just like just rubbing my hair. That's it.
gotta cleanse the house, the room, where your sister's at. Um, do a cleansing and get rid of any negative attachments around the house because it can go from them touching your hair to getting worse than that, pulling your legs, choking you. So when they do that, it's like they're trying to get some power over you. So you have to cleanse your home and tell them to leave. They're not welcome there.
Well, in the cases that I've seen, Rob, whenever anybody sees the Grim Reaper, it's actually death, man. It doesn't. It can't mean closure. Well, it means closure, but closure forever. That's just my opinion, though, Mr. Anderson. Because the
I've
Grim
seen
Reaper.
la muerte, but in the form of a woman, like a woman. Mm, One evening, I was asleep, and my spirit is kind of like a watchdog. I was asleep. When I woke up, I was sitting down, looking, my head turned like this, like automatic. It's my spirit. I turned to the right and looked outside. It's back home, and I seen a woman all in like a white gown, and you could see like her feet moving real fast, but it wasn't feet. It was her bones. You could see the bones sticking out through the. So imagine like bones hitting the front of the gown, and the gown just moving all crazy. And she's passing real fast, moving real fast. Goes up the street like was like moving in spirit. Next thing you know, I hear something, and there was this old man that used to do exercises in the morning. He had a white beard all the time, and it was always exercising. He got run over by a vehicle and he died.
Oh
But it
wow,
seems that la muerte, the
coming to
female
collect
form
that
of la
soul.
muerte, it was nothing but bones. Imagine like if how can I give an example? I don't gotta like if you got a dress and you go like this with your fingers and you just see your fingers is like the bone. Well, that's how I seen it moving, but it was moving very rapidly, and the old man died. It was la muerte.
Yeah, that's usually the stages of Madeline. I'm glad you're still here, Tito. I've never been
Yes,
hurt in any way like that I've seen the Grim Reaper.
I've heard her crying. Uh, in NTC, we're a 4-man crew, and in the desert, we're training. It's dark as hell. And we're supposed to be in blackout mode, but in the desert, there's like natural cracks in the earth called wadis. They're like 18, 20-foot drops, and we have our night vision. We're driving, and with even with the night vision, and the ground looks. is it looks flat. It looks everything looks flat, so you don't know if there's a hole there or not. So as we're driving, I have an image. It comes to me spiritually that we're gonna flip over, right? So something tells me to traverse left because I was a gunner. I traverse left, and my TC saying, "What are you doing?" And when I was traverse left, all I know is like our tank tilted to the side, and we're like sideways like this. I'm like sitting on the breech, the loader sitting on the wall, and the TC's trying to jump out of the tank, and I grab him because we do rollover drills, in which uh, when the tank's going to roll over, you're supposed to hold on to something, not jump outside, because if it rolls, that's 65 tons. It's going to land on you, and you're going to be dead, right? So we're sideways, and everybody's like, I tell the driver to keep his feet on the brake and put on the parking brake. The TC, I had to grab him and pull him down because he was trying to climb out and leave, jump off. You're not supposed to do that. That's not what they train us. So I said, just stay right here. We call over the internet, and we're trying to get people to help us to find our location, but they can't see us. So then they tell us we're sitting there, and they tell us that they're coming to see where we're at. So when we're sitting there, this is what we hear. We hear a woman crying around a tank. You can hear her crying around the tank. My my driver was new. He's Puerto Rican, and he's like, "Hey, sargento, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso? Si una mujer llorando." I was like, "Don't worry about it." And he's freaking scared because he's stepping on the brake. That's all you got to do. Just keep on stepping on the brake. Don't worry about this. Don't. I said, nobody move. Stay in freaking place. Do not move for nothing. Don't shift nowhere or anything. We'll be okay. They're coming for us. They're coming to help us. So you could continue to hear the woman crying around the tank. Hey, Matt, this is in the desert in Timbuktu, and there's nobody around us. And they're like, "How the fuck is there a woman crying out there?" I said, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." And they're all freaking out. So I start praying. I said, "Let's pray, man." So I start praying to our Father because I already know what that was. That's la muerte. So I'll start praying to our Father. My driver is crying. He's literally crying because he's scared as fuck. And there's things that are out there. That's what they dwell on. I said, look, hey, no estás llorando, reza. Don't be crying, man, because that just makes it worse. So it's like, but what the fuck is that, Sarge? Then you're crying. She goes in front to where he's at, and she's crying up there in the front, in front of the tank, and he's fucking freaking out. He's like, "Fuck this, Sergeant! I'm jumping out. No, you're not gonna jump out. Stay. Just stay calm, relax. Don't worry about the whatever's crying outside. Just relax. I'm trying to keep everybody calm." And
Welcome, Brian.
I'm praying to our Father, and then finally I hear somebody banging on the tank, and it's because it told us to not turn on their headlights. So it was one of the other tanks that found us. So they tied a tow strap to us to the back of the tank, and he puts it on his tank, and he said, "I got y'all. You're not gonna fall." That's what he said. At that time, we still don't know what's going on. So then all the evaluators come and stuff, and we're in a predicament where the only thing that has a tank from flipping over is the gun tube, because the gun tube is stuck in the dirt. And if it wouldn't be for me traversing the tank the way I did, we were already falling into the hole, into the crack, like a 20-foot drop. So they said a lot of the 88s came. Uh, It's called the Hercules, and they put toe straps. So there was toe straps all on the tank, so we wouldn't flip over. They told us to get off. When we got off, we were just sliding off the tank, because we were in that kind of situation that we slid off the tank. Uh, Everybody was scared from the crew and shit. It's a matter of fact, because just put it this way, it was so bad of a situation that after we came back to the States, they had to break up the crew because some of the crew was freaked out because of that. They had to break us up. They broke me and the TC remained, but we had to get another loader and driver because the loader and driver that we had, they were freaking freaked out what happened. I just wanted to share the story with y'all. I believe what was there was, death. It was just waiting to see what was going to happen if somebody was going to make the wrong move. So I just wanted to share that story, brothers and sisters, with y'all. And matter of fact, the driver, he's on my friends list. I can get him to share his side of the story of what happened that day. If he ever wants to do a live with me, uh, he's already, we're older now, but it was when he was younger. I don't
Exuberance,
know if you want to talk about it.
emotional damage.
Yeah, them young bucks we had, man, they were fucking scared shitless. They were smoking the hell out of cigarettes. I never smoked, but I think that day, man, I did smoke me a cigarette. I mean, you're already in a situation that if your tank flips, you're gonna die. But then to add the sherry on top, for those that you hear a freaking woman or death crying around your tank, trying to mess with the people for them to make a round move. Yeah, yes. Maybe one day if I could get them to do the show, I can get a couple of the soldiers that I'm a friends list to the people that worked with me, so they can share some of the experiences that they've been with me. I might make it happen one day, but I know that they're busy and stuff like that. But we'll see. But that wasn't even in a war zone area. Yeah, I was in a war zone area. This was training. We train like we're in combat. This happened in Fort Irwin, California. There's shapeshifter skinwalkers out there in Fort Irwin, California.
What's up, Overbuild? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'll see if I can make it happen, brothers sisters. I think I need to get a hold of them, see if they'll do it or not, because it's like a lot of my friends they wanna, they're my
You just
friends
want to
and
forget?
everything, but they're just private, really don't say too much about the military.
Hey, cousin. Zopho wants to know if you have a video how to clean the house of evil.
Do
Welcome,
a
casual
cleansing.
conversation.
How you doing, casual conversation? I just wanted to share that story with you, brothers and sisters. Uh, See, I used to train. I was in the cab for 9 years. In the cab, we trained day and night. I mean, when we go out training, we'll be like 45 days in the field training like on Fort Hood. So I lived in the field. I lived in the woods. I know what I've seen in the woods. When we talk about Boto Negros, I've seen them on Fort Hood. Talking about shapeshifter skinwalkers, I've seen them on Fort Hood training grounds. Something that pretending to be like a Bigfoot throwing rocks. I had an experience. when I worked was S3 Center of Operations up in a mountain range where something was throwing rocks at me on the Cavalier while I was changing the adding fuel to the generator. So because I had the night shift, uh, shadow figures moving by the tank, by the side of the tank, moving behind you when you're getting off the tank. Be like two, three big shadows that are like 9, 10 foot tall. I'll keep it to myself because I didn't want to freak anybody out from the crew. Like I said, I've always seen these things. They're out there. Something to look like lycanthrope werewolf. I seen it out there,
So
but the only strange thing about that one was that it disappeared. So that
so did
was
mine.
that's letting me know that it was the DDN. Go ahead, cousin.
No, no, the werewolf I saw too also disappeared. It turned into a white puff, and then it smelled like rotten eggs.
Something grabbed my our tank, man. We went into a hole, and we come out of the hole, but it felt like something grabbed the tank, and I said, "No, it's just a mud hole." But when we looked at the tank, it had three scratches on the side of the tank of the skirting, and you could see like it was claw marks of cert, but it was three marks on the side of the tank. And me and my TC were like, "What the fuck did that?" You know, it's like the front skirting of the tank is built to is built to resist any kind of impact. Whatever that was, it had three big deep scratches on the side of the skirting of the front skirt of the tank. Vampires. There you go, cousin. Have you ever heard of vampires?
I've heard vampires, but I've never run into them. I know they exist, but I've never run into one. If I had, I wouldn't be here because if it was a female vampire, I'd be gone. I would follow her.
The only vampire I remember was a one, a two, a three. The one for Sesame Street. What was the name? Con,
The count.
the Count.
Yeah, no, man. If
I'm
I, if
just
I would
kidding.
meet a vampire, man, and she said, "I'm gonna suck your blood," I would misunderstand and follow her anywhere. I think
Well,
Runner would probably fail that test too.
On TikTok, there's people that pretend to be vampires. They're dressed
Yeah, I
up
know.
in the costume. Some pretended they're werewolves. Some pretended you know, they pretended they're vampires.
Well, there was a chick under that I was following that was a vampire. So every day I would tell her to bite me. She never bit me.
I know what you're talking about. She had cancer. She was a cancer survivor, and she started doing that skit of as a vampirist. She
Yeah,
got like
exuberance.
she's on
She said
TikTok.
she said she was an 800-year-old vampire. And she would do all these crazy stuff, man. And I would always tell her to just bite me. Yes, exuberance. That would be the last time you'd see me. Me and Runner.
Y'all be like in the movie. What was it called? Bordello of Blood. when you talk about
Yeah.
vampire, which are
Mm.
bloodsuckers, you can leave out the chupacabra out of the equation because the chupacabra supposedly is a kind of like a vampire because it drains blood of the animals, but it will leave one marking, one hole,
Yeah, because
which
he's only got one tooth.
yeah, it's kind of like they were finding goats, cows, or yeah, goats with no blood in them, where they were just finding one puncture hole in them where their all their blood was taken out of the body.
Exactly, runner. You say show me, I tell her bite me.
But I've heard stories of vampires. Uh, I've had an encounter or something like that that I'm thinking might have been Nosferatu when I was in
Yeah,
Germany.
the one that,
One thing
that
I
told you
knew is that
your bloodline.
was it?
The
Yeah,
one that told you your bloodline. Yeah, I'm thinking that was. I told you that was a
I believe that
Nosferatu.
was a Nosferatu because there's one thing about when somebody knows the bloodline and they know everything about you, like their names and everything, how many brothers and sisters you have, where you come from, and you're in a foreign country, and they're telling this is either they're Nosferatu, they're demonic, or maybe angelic. But if it's angelic, they'll let you know in some kind of way that they're angelic. This one said they knew my bloodline. So to me, things that run from generation to generation is will be demonic, which would a if a vampire is like a succubus or incubus that they drain the life source of people, would they be considered demonic? Would be the bigger question. What do you think? Would a vampire be considered demonic if they don't believe in Jesus Christ
They would have to
and
be
they
demonic to be able to live the way they live, man.
the abilities that they have, right? The abilities they have would be because they've already chosen what part of the balance I want to stand in. A curse, yes, would be demonic. So that would be the proper term for them. Not to say, don't get me twisted that that I'm saying that everything is demonic. But if you really think about it, man, a lot of these things do wind up to look this way. Aliens do not like a love foundation. Aliens, reptilians, which is the form of an alien, they don't like it when you say a TIE binder rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. They don't like their father. They don't like the love foundation. Why? Because maybe they're just a disguise of what they truly are, which is demonic.
You know,
Bigfoot falls
uh,
in the same category.
people are asking questions, man. I got a question. Do female vampires have a monthly cycle?
Well, there you
Do
go.
they get a period? No, I've had it for years. Exuberance. It's 100 ounces, buddy. Yeah, that's a question I want an answer to. Do female vampires get a period every month? That's a good question. I mean, it's fair. Hello, cornrow fishing. How you doing?
Well, if they're dead already, I don't think they could have a monthly cycle.
No, I don't know, man. They're drinking blood. I mean, you know,
Well, no, those just the gothic people that
yeah,
are pretending to be vampires.
and if they do have a monthly cycle, do they squeeze the feminine products into a glass and re-drink it? Just a question, man.
I think they're just sick individuals, and they will have. They said they have the blood wings if they were to do something like that. Their blood wings if they would do something like that.
Uh, you mean the Red Wings?
The Red Wings. There you go. But they're just individuals that
Uh,
are playing a part. That they think they're vampires.
I'm sorry,
Just because
Smurfy.
you're drinking blood, or somebody's giving you some blood, or you're drinking Kool-Aid, pretending you're drinking blood doesn't mean you're a vampire.
Just Smurfy tampon tea.
But don't miss out for October 31st because we'll have a special guest for Halloween that's coming all the way from
Oh, he's coming, and I'll
Pennsylvania.
be able to go live with him.
You already know who that is. What's his name,
Mm.
cousin? Didn't he? You meet him last time?
Yeah, Count Cias. Count Cias is cool.
Count CS is coming for October 31st. He's going to be my special guest. He's going to be taking over the show. I'm taking a break on the
Good night,
31st.
Cynthia. Have a good night's
He will
sleep.
be, if you wanna ask questions to a real vampire, you can ask him.
Yes, Ridge Runner. Either way, Cynthia's going to sleep. Good night, Cynthia.
Good night, Cynthia. Put that
Yeah, Count
garlic on the
Cias is
window. You don't want the vampire coming for you.
keep the female vampire away. You never know what time of month it is. Concierge is cool, Madeline. I don't know if you've ever been on when he's on, but he's cool. If that's what you want, Smurfy, we could cousin Abe could do nothing but Lechusa calls for the whole show on October 31st. But I don't think Nevia will come in or Liz.
How long we've been on, cousin? Two
We've
hours
been
and 2 minutes.
on 2 hours and 2 minutes, man. Ya Cynthia se rindió. What the fuck?
What happened, cousin? You're right.
My door popped behind me.
Oh wow.
It might be that dude trying to give me a hug.
Sister Madeline says she met Count CS. No.
No Lechusa sounds. Oh, come on, man. Smurfy wants it so much. You heard it pop, right, Smurfy? It's that sucky butt that's trying to give me hugs, man. I'm about to rebuke
Yeah,
him. He found out where I lived. Wow. Hmm.
somebody said, what was that in the background?
Got my
Go
door
ahead,
popped.
Pastor Trick.
Jesse don't run, man. Just like Machete don't text. Jesse don't run.
Somebody's trying to give you a hug from the back, man.
I
That's
don't
what
think so.
that's what Exuberant said.
Yeah, the only one that can hug me is Liz.
I don't think she's here tonight, man.
Yeah. I'm talking to her. She just posted something right there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. She said she heard that too.
Show two
No,
pops
Ridge
just to hear a
Runner.
ghost story.
My back door don't pop, man. I have all my original seals. Thank you very much. Well, he's gonna have to shimmy a lot, Exuberance, because my outside door is got two locks on it, and my inside door's got two locks on it. He ain't getting in here.
We got a question from a viewer here. If you have any experience of your mother's spirit saving you from a situation, yes, yes, I have. Uh, when the last fight that I fought in Germany, the Bendigo fights, was this guy that I would see work out at the gym. He had to be like 6'9", was benching over 600 pounds. Big guy. He was an older guy. I was only 19, and he came to me, out of the crowd. He came out, and everybody opened up the people that were around surrounding us opened up. He came through, and he's like, "This is a man that my people are afraid of." He looks at me and he says, that when he grabs me, that he's gonna break my back and leave me paralyzed for the rest of my life. So I'm ignoring what he's saying to me, and I'm just studying him, seeing what openings. I seen that he was is favoring his left side more than his right. So to me, that's telling me that that was an opening. He has an injury. And then I asked him a question. I asked him a question. The question was, "Did you say something about my mother?" He said, "F your mother." I use that as fuel, as energy. And when I was focusing on him, because I was I was
Good night, John
on the
Robinson.
Love Foundation. To the right of me, as I was standing alone, this guy had a bunch of people with him. There was nobody with me. To the right of me, this is what I heard. I heard my mother's voice say, "Dale la madre, mijo." And I looked like that. To the right of me, when she said, "Dale la madre, mijo," which was her spirit, and he's looking at me like, "What the hell is he doing?" Like, because I looked to the right. He didn't know what was going on. So I overcame that enemy. It's just like she said, "Dale la madre," in which I did. I hit him with one touch. Just put it that way. And he was out. I cut his circulation to his brain, and this guy was out, man. I could have really injured him more, but you know, I had him until my love foundation. I didn't want to go over. I had already knocked him out, cut his circulation to his brain, so I had already won the fight. I mean, he couldn't fight anymore because I took him out. Like but he was never the same after that day. I heard he started having all kinds of problems, heart attacks, strokes. But that's what happens when you tell somebody that you're gonna break their back and leave me paralyzed for the rest of your life. But yes, my mom's spirit was there, and I did what she told me to do. You know how mothers work, cousin.
My moms didn't raise no wusses, man. Hey, Madeline, we're taking it real slow. I mean, I text you more than I do her. Yeah, man, our moms didn't play, man. Our moms, we were expected to act a certain way. We weren't about starting anything, but we sure had to finish whatever was started.
She's saying she's her spirit's been around me for her spirit was with me when I was out there in Operation Desert Storm. Her spirit has been with me, fighting with me spiritually when I was in Elms Grove. When I go to do my investigations, her spirit is always around. I'll give you another story about her. You know, there was this girl that was just a friend, and I had a picture of me with a Budweiser in my hand, and I guess the girl took the picture. She was from Waco. She took the picture and she took it to a bruja, a witch. She told her that she wanted the witch. She told the witch that she wanted her to put a spell on me so I could fall in love with her. Right when the witch grabbed the picture, something happened to the witch. She grabbed the picture and she started being spiritually attacked by an unseen force. Like something was beating the crap out of the witch. So the
Um,
witch grabbed the picture and threw it to her and told her, "Take this picture away from here. This," as she said, this man has a spirit of his mother protecting him." She came to my house and threw the picture at me. And she left. And she told me the story, what she did, and that's the last time I ever seen her. But the witch got fucked. Excuse my language. She got beat up because she was trying to do something to me, and my spirit of my mother didn't allow it.
hey, Gilbert, no rush, bro. Hay más tiempo que vida.
So I'm just giving examples that the spirit of loved ones are always around us, but you just got to be careful because there's other things that can pretend to be like your loved ones, and they can deceive you. So it's just best to have a relationship with Jesus Christ.
You're right, cousin. Because when my dad passed, I told you that I dreamt him, and he tried to choke me in my sleep. Remember, I told you he turned into a green orb that went into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started off as a good dream about my daddy. He had just passed away, and then it turned into a nightmare because he was strangling me, man. So yeah, you need to be careful what you dream. Tito, I know how that is. Abe knows how that is. I mean, my dad and my mom are no longer here. Stay here with my stepmom, but my dad and my mom, they're both gone. What's up,
That's
Prima
a mess.
Beatriz? What's going on?
Doing, Carnala, are we doing good today? She's been with me or around not just me, but my brothers and sisters also. Around my sisters when they've been in situations, she's been there for them in spirit. Uh, sometimes she comes as a like an angel, just like I know my cousins or my aunt, which is my cousin's mom, is around them also.
I'll tell you what, cousin. I've only dreamed my mom once, man, since she passed away, and she was wearing a white gown, and saw her like when she was young, and she was sitting on a swing, man, swinging back and forth, and I was sitting beside her, and she stopped swinging and looked at me, and she told me, "Don't you miss me? Don't you miss me?" I woke up crying, cousin, because I had never dreamed her since she passed away, but that one day that I did dream that dream, I woke up crying, man, because she was looking at me, and just like I could see the love in her eyes, man, and just asking me if I missed her. And that messed me up. I woke up crying, man. Yeah, I saw her young, man, like when she was like a teenager. She was really young, but I knew it was her because it was her voice. But
It's
yeah,
like
that's the only time I dreamed her.
I've been in areas like I'll give examples of her, the spirit. I remember when I was in track in high school, after she passed away and everything, I was in a track meet and I was running, staying focused, I was up there with the top five, top four. And then I hear somebody yell my name from the bleachers and it was her voice, like, and it just gave me more animal to keep on running hard now, to run harder. That day, I think I finished in the top three, but I heard her voice from the bleachers, like she was cheering for me. When I was in Germany, the same thing. I'm in a foreign country and I'm in a location and I hear her yell my name.
Welcome,
I'm
Annette.
looking around, I'm looking around, but I don't, of course, I'm not going to see her because she's in spirit. Uh, Numerous times in that nature, or I could be driving and I could hear her voice say, "Go this way," to, like take a right, and that's just me hearing a voice that comes out of nowhere. I take a right, and then next thing you know, on the news or on the radio, that there was a bad accident. If I would have kept on going the path that I was going on, I would have probably been in that accident. But in the essence of a way, she's been around the spirit.
Damn, cousin, that's the first time I've ever shared that with anybody, man. I've kept that to myself all these years, man. It's the first time I ever shared that. Kind of messed me up inside.
Yeah, this is like my mom was a very strong woman. Uh, she never wanted us to be afraid of anything, not to be afraid, if not to be nobody's carpet, to let people step all over you or anything like that. Look, my sister's got a testimony right here. She says, "My mom saved me when I was really sick. She looks so beautiful. There's a story I have to tell you all."
Save it for Friday when the show
Maybe
will be a
we could
family
get.
show.
I might have to put her on the phone like I did Lupita.
They're gonna have to download Restream to be able to get in. They probably
That's
don't
what
have
it
the
is.
app. That's probably why it keeps kicking them out. Do you have the Restream app, Beatrice? Download it. I'm sorry, Patsy Trigg. I'm not much of a crier. Never have been.
Yeah, she's always been around us. There was one day, and I know it wasn't my mom. There's one day I was getting off the vehicle and I feel like a gust of wind passed by me and it said, "That's what you wanted." That's what it said. But it wasn't, it was my mother's voice, but it sounded like it was pissed off at me. And I said, "I type under rebuking Jesus Christ's name, leave me
Welcome
alone."
to Masada.
And that was it. But it sounded like her, but it wasn't her. It was something that was trying to find a spiritual opening. Said this beings that can mimic our loved ones. That's why I'll tell people, hey, don't mess with those card readers or this fortune tellers or none of that stuff because, you know, if you really want answers, go through Jesus Christ. He will guide you. He allows spirits to come at you as guardian angels as you sleep to give you the relief or for you to know that they made it, that they crossed over.
Pastor Craig. I was brought up that crying is not manly. I was brought up that a man never cries. So yeah, I have a lot of issues. But yeah, I was brought up that men don't cry. That's how my daddy brought me up.
So going to Soul Takers, what other things falls in the category of would a succubus and incubus fall in the category of a soul taker, primo?
Well, I would think that would be a yes, primo, because if they can suck all your life force out of you, then they took your soul. So that's a yes for me.
I'll say yes too. Um, and since my sister's here, the one that day that it came out on This Is Wood is haunted season 3 episode 2, where I seen something standing over my nephew or her grandson that was only I don't know if it was a couple of weeks old or like 2 or 3 months. Something was over him. He had his mouth open, and you could see he was draining his energy, his life source.
The blue
So
light
when
coming out of his mouth.
blue light,
Yeah,
it
that's
was
his life
sucking.
force.
So I seen it. I thought it was my nephew, and he looked at me, and it took a running. It looked like it was wearing like something over him, like a what do you call it? Like a robe of some sort, like something brown, and I chased it. I told my sister that somebody was trying to take him, and I chased him, and when I was running after it on the street, no, I was Garcia chasing it.
Welcome, Peace
I
Frog.
seen I seen that it wasn't touching the ground. It was like off the ground, and as I was running, getting close to it, it went into a tree. Went into a tree, and I said, identify yourself, because I already knew there was something dealing in spirit form. And then he jumped out of the tree. The trees that he jumped into were acorn trees, real tall trees. Went flying in the air and went to another one. Um, and I said, identify yourself. That's when he went up in the air and he was making this weird laugh. Went up to the top of the branches and he just went towards a creek area. But yeah, they will be considered a form of soul taker because they literally drain the life out of you. Now, those do exist. Would they
Oh,
be
I know they
considered a
exist.
form of a vampire or so because they do draining the life source? Could be because they do leave marks on you. They can leave like hickey-like marks, scratches on you. Uh, in threes, everything in threes. So to me, that's like something demonic.
Welcome, Ellie Oliver.
We got somebody that says what? Oh, Mr. Meth and Matters. I don't know who that is.
They just came in right now. The opinion on Mr. Mathin matters.
Eminem. Who's talking about Eminem here?
We don't have no opinion on Eminem. He's a rapper. He raps. That's what he does. If you need an opinion on him, you might have to go elsewhere. We don't know anything.
Another thing you can think that might be like a salted word. Talk about Grim Reapers, death, uh, the Hat Man, Hellhounds, the Mothman.
The Goat Man. The
What else, cousin? Could you think of? How about a degen?
Well, I have no experience with the jinn, but I do know they exist. I think you've seen more the jinn than I have.
Well, of what I witnessed, I would say yes. It's like that because in combat, I seen it jumping from person to person. Every person they jumped in, they possessed. They picked up a weapon. They got killed, and then they kept on jumping from person to person. So every time it entered somebody, it will make them pick up a weapon because they had full control of the individual, and many died that way. So I would say yes, which they would fall in the category of soul taker or demonic in nature, something that influences for somebody to get spiritually deceived or spiritually destroyed. Okay, here we go. Somebody says, so true, he is really the goat man. Uh, I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about Eminem.
Yep.
That's right, brother Anderson. Uh, all these pyramids, they have one thing in common, which would be the Watchers slash. Some people might call them as a Anunnaki. Some people might know them as a Apakulu. In Greek mythology, they're known as, I guess, demigods. No, cousin, in Greek
Yeah.
mythology.
The gods of Olympus.
Yeah. So they have many names, and I believe a
They're
lot of these
also
things are still around spiritually.
they're also
Me lo
the,
sueño,
the
primo.
Egyptian the Egyptian god Ra.
What's his name?
The Egyptian god Ra.
Who was that?
That's the main Egyptian god Ra. Rah, I think Ra.
Somebody says I saw a pic of a shadow person that looked like to have a beak.
Yep.
They come in many different manifestations. They can manifest to look like anything. So saying the
Uh,
Bugaway are known to steal souls or imprison souls to use for their evil ways. So they're like a soul taker.
Never heard of those.
Pugwag is like a duende.
Because there's a guy that comes in here that his name is he calls himself Pugwuggy.
I know we said a lot of things that are like soul takers, but
Exactly, Andres Carizales. That's the one I was talking about. The Egyptian gods. Yeah, I think that's why it keeps booting you out, Prima, because you don't have it. You don't
you
have
have
the
to
app.
download the app,
You have to download the
make an
app and
account.
then can make an account, then get on it. Yes, Joe Two Pops. You're correct. You got Raw and you got the dog dude or what's his name?
Anubis,
Anubis.
Anubis. Oh, they're around the shadow figures.
Oh yeah, especially in warehouses.
I've seen it in a warehouse during the day. I used to work as a receiver. Uh, I was in the what do you call him? Oh man, order filler. I was an order filler, and as I was doing my first route, I was off the. I was getting some boxes to put it on the pallet, and I see something running on the next aisle, and he ran and it's coming like this, and it was coming towards me, a dark figure. It moved real fast, and I said, I typed on it. At that time I said, no, I started saying, Our Father, Lord, and he disappeared, but he was coming at me. It was in a warehouse at the Walmart distribution center here in Temple, Texas. Okay.
I hear you, Mr. Anderson. No, because in the warehouse I used to work at, there was also a black shadow figure that we caught on video, on
Mhm.
surveillance video, because we were having trouble with the bay doors. They kept being found open in the mornings, and we put video cameras in, man. And then one night we were checking the video cameras in the morning after that one night, the first night that we put them in. We were I was in the human resource department with the guy that worked there, and he was looking at the cameras, and then I saw that black shadow figure walking up against the wall. I said, "You see that?" He goes, "What?" I go, "That." And he started looking. He zoomed in, and he saw a black shadow figure, man, just walking against the wall like that, dude. And then when it got close to the bay doors, the doors opened up. They walked outside and out into the street. Like 30 minutes later, it came back, and as soon as they got in the bay, the garage doors went down, and you see it walking back the way it came against the wall, man. It was just a black shadow figure, man, like a little black cloud. He deleted the video. He didn't believe what he was seeing, man. And I was like, "Hey, man, we could have got some money for that. Why did you delete it?"
Because he was scared.
Yeah, you can smell. I smell caca. I think he pooped his pants, man.
I was trying to think of other things that fall in the category.
The soul takers, they say that crows come for the souls of the departed, man, and lead them to
Mhm.
the afterlife. Crows,
Trolls
crow, the bird, CROW, crow.
or crows.
Yeah, they're the ones that lead the souls of the departed to the afterlife. So I guess that would be like a soul snatcher,
Snow snatcher.
because it comes for your soul and takes you with it. But yeah, man, that's weird how even birds can take your soul to the afterlife.
How about cats?
I don't
Like
know, man.
you
I
know
don't know
how
about cats, but cats.
supposedly
Bad.
mummies were afraid of cats.
Well, that's what they said on that movie, The Mummy.
Yeah. Somebody says that grays are salt takers.
Greys are butt pickers. They like to they like to stick a finger in there and see what's going on.
They like to probe people. Black shadow figures, commonly reported, Bourbon. Street New Orleans.
I don't know because there's some cats that they'll lay on your chest and take your breath while you're breathing in your sleep.
Yeah. Like what was the name of the movie? With the
Sleepwalkers,
cat. Yeah,
sleepwalkers.
Sleepwalkers.
But yeah, man, that's crazy, man. So many things that can come and collect your soul.
¿Te cansaste, primo?
I'm doing okay, man. If you want to end, we can end right here because it seems we're running out of material.
Well, not right out of material. I'm just trying to see if anybody got any questions that
Now,
I can
does
answer
anybody
for
have
them.
any questions or comments? Please put them all in big caps. Or if you don't put them in caps, Madeline would hit you with some chanclazos. That goes mean.
Well, I have stories, of incidents that I witnessed that was weird.
That's what I heard too, Patsy Trig, that when a cat purrs, it's trying to heal you. Madeline put up a chancla on.
Gee,
Yo ya sé, man. Yeah, big old chancla and a smiley face, cousin. And
oh
she's a
man,
crib. And she's a crib because it's a blue chancla. Well, I've had lucid dreams, Andres, but it was mostly of me and my brother dying in a hail of bullets. And it was gory too, man. And in color, I could see blood and everything. But the body count in that dream was like a Rambo movie. We took a lot of people with us. They took us out, but we took a lot of people with us. And I woke up scared because I died in that dream. And I had that dream over and over again, maybe 15 times. That's why I don't hang around with my brother.
since we were talking about Nosferatu earlier, I mean, it's dealing with something that's dressed in black, right? Uh, I was when I was in Germany. I had been partying all night, and it was already two in the morning, and I didn't have money to take the cab, so I had to walk back to the billets. As I was walking to the billets, I mean, walking through the roads of Germany, there was somebody following me. I could see this man dressed all in black with a top hat and a cane following me. It's like I would say, okay, let me take instead of going this way, let me go this way, go a different way, just to make sure, you know. But he kept on every move I made, he was doing the same move, and he was getting closer to closer. So I was freaked out because he was dressed all in black, like with a top hat and like a cape. And in Germany, you don't see nothing like that in the streets. Somebody dressed that way. But I seen this guy following me. I'm like, where this guy coming from? I mean, that's something you wear like at an opera or something. And he's following me. I said, okay. The first thing I thought was two things. Jack the Ripper will be one, and the Hat Man, the one I had witnessed uh when my mom passed away. So I said, okay, screw this. Say I'm gonna face it. So I took a turn somewhere and I waited for it. around the corner, and I was like halfway down that block, and I was just waiting to see if it was gonna come my way. Next thing you know, he just popped out of nowhere. He turns and looks at me. He takes off his hat and goes like this, puts it on. He turns around and walks away the opposite way from me. But it's kind of like he knew I was already there, waiting to see what was up. If he was trying to do, I was ready to fight him. But he went the opposite way. But the way he took off his hat and went like that to me, it's like I knew he was following me. I'm thinking that could have been uh, an Nosferatu or something demonic, but he knew I was waiting for him there. I was making my spiritual my spiritual and physical stance because it felt to me that he was literally following me around like he was out to do something. So I stood my ground, and once he said that I wasn't afraid, that I was ready to fight, he just went like this with his hat, put it on, and walked away. What do you think that was, Primo?
I'm thinking it could have been a Nosferatu man that was following you. Now that when you saw that it was following you, and then it took its hat off afterward, it was introducing itself to you, and then it left. But yeah, that sounds like a vampire to me.
Yeah. But he followed me for about a good 10, 12 blocks.
Yeah,
Like 10, 12
he,
blocks.
he was
It was like on the hunt for me. That's how I felt. That's what my senses told me, you know?
Mr. Anderson. I think that skinwalkers and werewolves are not evil messengers or soul hunters. I think they're just predators that prey on people. They're not after your soul. They're after just to eat to have you for lunch. That's just my opinion on that, Mr. Anderson.
I was 19 years old. This man looked way older than me, but he was tracking me down. It's like he knew where I was at. You know, it was, he was walking nonchalant, like he was catching ground real fast. It just, I was ready to fight because to me, it was following me, whatever it was. And when I got ready to fight, he just looked at me, went like this with a hat, turned around and walked away from me. Like it, like it, he knew I was waiting for it.
Oh wow, does he, Joe Tupac?
Yeah. So that was a strange event that happened to me out there that I'll never forget. For some reason, in Germany, I felt a lot of crazy experiences out there. Yeah, my spirit and my instincts was telling me he's following you. Be ready. He's coming for you. And I said, all right, screw it. I'm standing my ground. I sobered up quick. Somebody following you that many blocks. They're there's nobody else in the streets because it's late at night. The streets are empty and they're following you in
It's
numbers. He's following me like that. It's like he was trying to come for me, but I was
cousin,
ready to fight.
and then you see them before you see them. Right here, you get a mental image of what's coming for you, so you see them before you see them, or at least I do. When something's following me around, I usually get a mental image of what's following me in my mind, right here in my pineal gland, my third eye. I can see what's coming for me before it comes for me.
And that was a different one than the other one that I had met with that was older, but he was definitely following me, and I was ready to fight it spiritually. or physically, whatever it took, you know.
Fancy trick. Everybody in our family gets a follow like that because of the shared bloodline that we have. We are when things like that are around, we sense them, so they can sense our light and they come for us. It's not that we're seeking them out. We're the ones that get seeked out by them.
Mhm. That's how I capture the DDN. Did y'all see the short reel that I created today?
That's how it,
Sister Madeline and Brother Exuberance, what happened to the short reel? You didn't place it today. I'm just
right?
playing.
Demoted.
Where's the chancla at? I'm gonna get the chancla out. Sister Madeline, you
Man,
forgot to put the
unos
short reel up.
chanclazos a
No, just
Madeline y
kidding.
a Exuberance.
Well, that short reel is from almost, I would say, like a year ago. That picture, and you can see him there in the picture. Oh yeah, whether it's a Nosferatu, whether it's a gypsy witch, whether it's witches, warlocks, whether it's something
Yes, Murphy.
that's uh pretending to be a reptilian, a shapeshifter skillmarker. I've encountered all of them, man. I've encountered all these things.
Thank you, Exuberance.
Your
You get
brother
a pay
exuberance
raise.
placed it.
No chanclazos for you tonight, bro.
There he is. This is a short video created earlier. They're right there by the. You seen them? There's like three of them, or possibly four,
I saw three.
three. Yeah, there were three there.
They do more than check us out, Patsy Trig. They do more than that. They stalk us.
They're always watching. Why are they always watching? Because they're like they're offspring of the Watchers. The Watchers were always watching, supposed to be looking over, watching mankind. So that's the character. One of the characteristics that they have. They like to watch.
Wow, cool dream. Oh hell, I got thunder. It gonna rain, cousin.
I've had some crazy dreams. I always have them. Not just dreams, but sometimes I'm shown things that wants to come. So the only thing I can do is when I show something is to get ready, whether it be spiritual or physical, uh, to be alert.
Yeah, man, te voy a dar unos coscorrones.
There it is.
There you go, Madeline. Thank you. No more noogies for you. Si yo soy güey, ¿eres vaca? Que se te fue la onda,
It happened to
Madeline. Se
me
te fue la onda.
when I was a kid that I haven't shared with nobody, but I'm going to share it here because I feel that it wasn't right. when I was in pre-K. You know, in pre-K, um, there's a break when you're in pre-K where they make you take a nap. They you got to take a nap for about 30 minutes or an hour. Well, I believe that the one of the teachers was a bruja. The reason I say that is because she would always come to me and grab me, and I'm gonna talk about it. She because I was a kid, she tried to get me to go for a chiche, literally like for a chiche. Uh, I don't know what she was trying to do or what, but I got away from her because I felt that she was trying to do something to me. A bruja, you know what I'm talking about, cousin?
Oh, I hear you.
She was trying to get me go for the chiche, like if she was trying to do something to me.
Mm-hmm. She want to touch you.
Yeah, go. She wasn't pregnant or nothing like that. She pulled out her chiche and she
Oh,
wanted me
wow.
to like like breastfeed off her chiche.
Breastfeed, breastfeed. She was trying to
Yeah,
breastfeed you,
like trying
cuz.
to breastfeed off her chiche. Or yeah, and then to me it felt like she was trying to do something like a spell. I was only in pre-K. I still remember her name too.
That's crazy, man.
In pre-K, all the kids were asleep, and she'd try to do that to me. At that time, I did have an injury. My back was burnt because I had grease land on my back. You know, I thought she was just hugging me because uh, she was, I guess, feeling sorry for me because my back was burnt. But then she did that, and it's like my spirit told me to get away from her, which I did.
Yeah,
My
we know the feeling, Brian Griffin.
sister Madeline said, hey, brother, how do you know she was a bruja? Well, she was trying to get me to. You know how I was telling you how the witches would come to me and they were always trying to give me something like an apple, a banana, a Coke, or a candy.
So she tried to give you
Well,
some
she was trying
melons.
to give me some. She was trying to give me something too. All right, which
That's the.
to me, of her trying to do that to me, that's like a form of witchcraft. What do you think, cousin?
So I think she wanted more than breastfeeding you, man. I'm glad you got away from her.
Because
That's just.
I was just a kid, man. I was like 4 years old. Somebody, Sister Liz said she's a child mess. That's not what I felt. I felt that she was a witch.
Well, when your spirit feels it, cousin, your spirit feels it. It won't. I've always trusted my gut feelings. I've always trusted them, and it never steered me wrong. Well, except that one time when I wound up with my baby mama, but that's a different story.
It's not like she was touching me or anything like that anywhere. I just felt that she was trying to do some witchcraft. Maybe the spell was on the teacher or something. And I
I
and
don't
I
know.
it was weird, man.
No, I think that would be more succubus.
No, only to me because I could never sleep around those time frames of of when I was a kid. I couldn't sleep.
No, I never had anything like that happen to me at school.
Betsy Diggs says, "Suck your power away." You know what I mean? Yes. This happened in the 70s.
Well, yeah, that's wrong on many levels, Liz. I mean, Madeline. Mrs. Murphy, did she have doorknobs? Very wrong, Liz. Very wrong.
Yeah, I picked up on her that she was dealing with, like, she was part of a convent or a witch, and that's why I stayed away from her.
Yes, Andres, like Snow White and the apple, except my cousin they offered him melons.
Well, that's basically what I'm saying. That's a way to corrupt. Well,
Yeah, she was trying to corrupt your spirit.
well, yeah, well, she could have transferred the spirit of a succubus or incubus in that way to me. If I would have done something, she would have transferred it to me. Some kind of way, shape, or form.
Most kids, I probably would have failed. Knowing my dumb ass.
Just saying, I've seen a lot of things. She ain't the only one. There was another lady. I was already, I was still young. There was a lady we used to go to her house because we knew them. They were up the street. And one day we were there. She would go drink coffee. Either they were looking out for us or whatever. And then one of the ladies, or one of the daughter, she's like, "Hey, I want to show you something." She calls me into her room or whatever, and she's like literally naked, literally butt naked. And she asked me, "Do you like what you see?" And, I'm just a kid, like probably 6, 7 years old, and I just didn't say nothing to her. But I've seen these things where I believe that they were into witchcraft and they were just trying to corrupt my spirit, or trying to get me to go, on the wrong path. That time I was like already, I say 7 years old. Seen a lot of crazy stuff. The stuff like this that I've seen is when people are spiritually bonded, spiritually possessed, or like I said, affiliated through the cults. They do those things to corrupt.
How
She
old was she?
she was like in her late 20s, like 28, 30. Yeah, I believe so. They were trying to corrupt me. That's when you asked me, well, where were they? So I knew there were witches.
All right, Mr. Anderson, have a good night.
Good
Thank
night,
you for coming in.
brother Anderson. We'll be calling in tonight. In a moment. We've already been live for 3 hours. Something like that happened also to my son. Not that somebody did that to him, but an incident where we're at the Clean Mall. They had the Anheuser. What are they called? The horses.
The Clydesdales.
Yeah, Clydesdale horses for Budweiser there. Me and my son were already seen them, how big they were and stuff like that. And we just went away from the crowd and we're standing by ourselves. And there's this car that pulled up. This lady went around and she got this old lady out of the vehicle. She was very old. She put her in a wheelchair and she came instead of going to the horses. She came straight to us. And my son was in front of me. He seen the old lady, and my son went around like he was scared of her, and he was looking at her like this. And then the old lady, because I wasn't saying nothing, the old lady started talking to my son, and she said, "Do you remember me?" That's what she told my old lady. Uh, said to my son, and my and I'm looking at her, and then uh, she's continued to asking my son, "Do you remember me?" My son's scared, and I said, "Lady," said, "if you're talking to my son, then you have to go through me. The only thing I tell you is if you try to do something to my son, for it to go back to you, because my son is protected by me and through Jesus Christ." They turned around, walked away, got in the vehicle, and they took off. But basically, she was there confronting my son, and my son was only 4 years old at the time. I think your bro's here, man.
Is it?
I'm
Yep.
here.
What's
What's
up,
up?
little brother?
Cousin.
Aquí estoy, ya sabes. Can't make too much noise. Everybody's asleep over here, man. How you doing, primo?
How you doing, primo? Just
Aquí
here.
ando, mira. Aquí ando batallando, pero aquí andamos.
Well, welcome to the show, baby brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We've been on for about 3 hours.
Oh, have y'all?
Yep,
I've been
yep.
watching.
We're,
I've been watching
we're talking
TV. I
about
saw it.
soul takers, like we're talking about hellhounds, botoneiros, anything dealing with soul taking, succubus, incubus.
Oh
That's
yeah, I've
what
done.
the topic was, and then we just talk
Yeah,
about everything in general.
yeah.
You ever witnessed anything like that, primo?
Oh yeah, succubus,
Oh, you had
succubus,
an
man.
experience.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. Man, since I was a child, man. Since I was a child, primo. I would uh, I would wake up in the middle of the night, couldn't move, couldn't do nothing, couldn't talk, couldn't scream. Um, just attacking me all night long, man. Couldn't sleep.
His name is
I'd be
Gilbert,
halfway in my
really, man.
sleep, man. I tell you
How
what,
old
man.
were you when it was happening, cousin?
Man, primo, I was like probably about 8 or 9 years old. 8 or 9 years old, man. And I finally got tired of that little scare. I want to say my early 40s. I finally got tired of it, man. And
What was it
I,
happening? I mean, can you tell us what was happening when the succubus would come?
man, I just couldn't move, primo. I couldn't move, nothing. I just stiff. It just stiff. Felt like I was free falling. Um, I just couldn't sleep, man. I just finally got tired of it, and I don't know. I cast it out, man, and I've been sleeping
So
fine ever
what would you
since,
see
man.
when it was happening that you couldn't move? Like, could you see
No, I was just
the the,
blank.
the figure? Could you see
No,
the figure?
no, because I couldn't even open my eyes, primo. I couldn't even
Oh,
open my eyes. Yeah, that's. I was like stiff. Couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't yell. Couldn't scream. Nothing. I couldn't move. For that, ever
No,
since I was like 8 or 9, man, it's that always happened to me, dude. Always. That was just
Yeah, I
crazy, man.
remember that you would always sense things over there at the house in
Oh yeah,
Raymondville.
I remember
Is
staying at. I remember many
you
times
always
staying
seem
at your house,
spooked.
man. Yep.
You always seem spooked
Oh yeah.
because you said you would see things.
Oh
What are
yeah.
the things that you would see there?
I saw apparitions. I remember waking up one night at your house, man. Me and Carnal Mario spent the night, and I remember many times waking up at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning because I had to use the restroom. I had to pee, man, and hombre, going to your restroom, dude. I could hear footsteps all along the dang, all along the damn house, man. Go to the restroom, and the light was on. You could see apparitions. You could see little shadows walking back and forth. No, hombre, I thought that was crazy, man. Just crazy. That's the first time I ever seen something like that.
well,
Yep.
at least you didn't get dragged under the bed.
Oh no, no. I remember I was sleeping next to.
Somebody said, did you see anything, any sounds or smells?
No, no, mm-mm, no. It was just crazy, man. Crazy. I remember one night sleeping next to Primo Chang, and I was trying to go back to sleep, man. I just felt the bed go down. I felt the bed go down. I happened to look over, and I could see Primo's hair just fucking being stroked. I was like, oh, hell no.
What the hell?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning when that happened, man.
You don't sleep on those bunk beds, right?
And
Wasn't
no.
you all by those bunk beds over there in the by the third room?
No, 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 no. We were in like right there, like where you had your bed and everything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But I
So you
mean,
seen his
literally.
hair being stroked by something.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. It was
Hello,
crazy. You could
hooking
hear
hand,
footsteps all
looking
night
good
long. You could hear
creation.
footsteps through there. Um,
Somebody asked any voices
no, no voices, no voices, but you could clearly hear somebody walking up and down inside the house. You could hear
at nighttime.
footsteps. I remember one night, uh, me, Carnal Mario, and Primo Chang were coming from Coney Island, man. And as we're walking up to the house, the dogs kept getting in front of us, and they wouldn't let us through. I'm like, man, what's up with these dogs, man? What's up with your dogs, Chang? They don't want to let us through. And you know how y'all had y'all's grandma house right there on the same property.
Yeah.
Well, the light flickered on and off. Literally, I mean, if the light flickered on and off, the house, the lights in your house were turned off, and they just turned on. Nobody was there, and we turned right the fuck around, and we took off running to mom's house. That's where we stayed the night. And I mean, literally, primo, from your house to mom's house, we ran all the way. It was creepy, man. It was weird.
I'll see some activity like that where the light in the kitchen would turn on by itself,
Hmm.
and you could see like she was there in the kitchen,
Well,
and all of a sudden
hooking.
it was shut off.
one night we were across the street, and we had the door closed at your house. It was me, Chang, and Mario across the street. I can't remember that girl's name that lived across the street, but we were across the street, and the light turned on in your house, and the door opened, and there was an apparition at the door. We don't know who the hell it was or what it was, but I wasn't gonna find out neither.
It was stand by the point. It was like I seen it. It's like a bulto negro, and
Hmm.
you could see it
Yes.
like his teeth and white eyes, and it would
Yep.
block. It would stand by the door, block the doorway,
Yep.
so you wouldn't come in.
Yep.
Patsy Trig. 3 a.m. is not the witching hour. 3 a.m. is a demonic hour. That's when all the demons are out and about.
Oh yeah. Believe me, I know. I just had a
So,
lot of
and
experience at your house, primo.
yeah, how about as you as a truck driver? You had any experiences?
Nah, no. I've seen a lot of things, but no. I'm always out in the woods thinking I'm gonna see a Sasquatch or I'm gonna see La Mano Pachona or La Llorona. I'm gonna see one of them suckers out there. But I'm usually out
Oh
in the
man.
backwoods, man, and I'm always thinking something's gonna pop out. I remember one early in the morning, man. It was like I don't know, it was like 12 midnight, man. I was up there in Denison, Texas, and I parked my truck because I was inside the pit, but the pit didn't open till 4 in the morning. I like, well, I'm gonna take a nap here, man. I locked all my doors, turned off the lights, and covered the windows, man. I was out like a light. I was hoping nobody tried to pull the door open while I was asleep, man. That shit was a freak show. You
No,
Have
know,
you ever
Zofo,
seen
it
any
was
Bigfoots or anything like that?
and what?
Never. Any Bigfoot encounters or anything like that?
Nah, primo, no, I haven't gotten that lucky. I've always said if Bigfoot came out on me, I was gonna run his ass over. Ain't no
Zofo,
way I'm gonna
they're
stop for
not
Bigfoot.
pesadillas, Zofo, because he was awake. They were awake when they saw all this. They weren't asleep. He just said they were across the street when the door opened and an apparition appeared.
Yeah.
So it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't a pesadilla. They were wide awake, man.
Oh yeah, we're
This
wide
thing
awake,
happened.
man.
This thing used to happen at my cousin's house in the valley, and we all lived there, so we were used to it. But yeah, it was creepy, man.
Yep.
Other crazy stuff. Sometimes in the backyard, the brujas and the warlock would show up there. The warlock had red, and it'd be like three brujas that would stand in the middle of the backyard, standing there, chanting.
Uh, so for I believe my cousin's uncle was dabbling in the black arts, so there were things there, and his grandma was a witch at also. So there were a bunch of negative attachments to that house, man. So there was a lot of activity going on in that house. And then
Hell yeah.
after my aunt died, there was nothing but teenagers living there without adult supervision. So the things were going crazy because the heads of the household were no longer there.
Yeah, a lot of activity that will happen there. Hey, you ever see any lechuzas, primo?
That was when he was a kid
Uh,
over here in Fort Worth, not in the valley.
Any
yeah,
lechuzas?
yeah. Over here in Fort Worth, man. When I was in my like early teenage years, early 20s, late teenage years, early 20s, man. The lechuzas would always stop by my window, dude. They would always stay there by my window,
Dude,
and
that shit
they'd
was
be laughing
fucking
it up.
creepy, man. Cause
Hmm. My
it
dad
was
would,
more than one it was more
yeah.
than one lechuza they would come,
Were
primo.
they what color?
I didn't get to see them, primo. My dad would go outside and cuss them out and chase them off. Yep.
Oh,
I would like telling my dad, I like, dang, dad, you're not scared? Hombre, las tienes que echar madres para que se vayan. I'm like, oh hell no, I ain't going out there.
I
But
remember my dad is my
for
dad
some
is
reason,
here.
for some reason, primo, the lechuzas would always follow me, man. Always. I don't know why.
Mandado le decía, pues con cuáles mendigas viejas te estás metiendo, cabrón, que te andan siguiendo. Ah,
I've had my share. I ain't gonna lie.
that's probably what they
yeah,
were
man.
following. It's like succubus and incubus when you crisscrossing with too many senoritas, man.
Uh,
You don't know what
Primo,
kind of attachments they have.
there were more than five of those damn birds that would show up every freaking night, man.
Yep.
Yeah, my dad didn't give no fucks of Madeline at all, and he could knock them down and just mess them up.
Yeah, but I was real young when that happened.
His grandma was a witch, Zofu. But when his mom got murdered, uh, that's when all the activity started acting up real bad in the house because there was no head of household. We were just teenagers living in a house with no adult supervision.
Yeah, my grandmother had already passed away. Yeah, but I remember the that where the dang light would turn on in the kitchen. You can see, and then all of a sudden it's off. And there's nobody in the house.
Yeah.
It happened to me a couple of times.
I can't
But
tell
that
you
one
how
was
many.
my grandmother's house flickering like that.
Yeah.
Was anybody living there, or was it empty?
No,
It was empty, man.
it was
The
empty.
doors were locked.
So
Yep.
it was
No,
empty. There was
no
no power.
electricity there.
Your tia had put a padlock on the front door so we couldn't go in there. I remember when that dog y'all had, Ali, used to howl at night,
Really.
man.
Yep.
3 hours,
Yeah,
cousin.
freaking.
3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah. At least we got El Cuz Gil
Mm.
to jump on here for a little bit. So what's
Yeah.
the craziest thing you ever witnessed, cousin?
Um.
That you can
Let me
recall
think.
of that it like left you like freaked out, like what the hell just happened? You know, something
Yeah.
that scared the crap out of you that you can still remember.
Yeah. That apparition in front of your door. That's about the craziest shit I've ever seen, man. For real.
It was blocking the door like this.
Uh-huh. Yep. With both hands open, both arms open.
Yeah, I know which one it was because I seen it.
Yep.
I seen it. I seen that one when I got stung by an ant on the stomach, and you know how Chale had his light on all the time,
Mm-hmm.
but where his garage was. Uh, I seen somebody going like this. I went like that, but it wasn't. It looked like my mother, but it wasn't my mother. It was just their light, you know. And when I turned to my left, it's when I seen it, man. It was standing right there, right beside the bed, and yeah, I could see his teeth and his eyes, and he was just going like this, right beside me. And I was looking at it. I got up real slow, and it's looking at me, and it's smiling. I walked out the door. As I walk out the door, he's standing by the doorway, blocking the doorway, and he's smiling, looking at me. That's when I went to Olivia's, Lile's house to get help, but they never opened the door. So I went to my aunt's house, and I had said the story about it, but I know what you're talking about. I know how he looks.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know that that was there because that was like the first time I ever seen that. It showed itself to me. I know it was somebody that died there, or maybe just something that was burnt, somebody that got killed or burnt. But I could see how he looked.
Well, even
Very
though all
wicked, man.
even though all that was going on, man, I still every freaking weekend I look forward to going to your house, man. I don't know why, but de tonto yo para allá.
We had fun, man. I loved
Oh
living
yeah.
there. Those were some of the happiest days of my life was when I lived with y'all there, man.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
remember your sister Lupita would make the most delicious homemade tortillas from scratch, man. That girl could put her foot in her cooking, man. It was good.
After all that, man, I have never met Lupita and none of the other primas. The only ones I
No time.
know is the only ones I know is you, Chang, and Beatrice. That's it. I don't know your other siblings, primo. By the time I decided to come live in the valley with my mom, I guess they already had left.
Yeah, there was a lot of great things that would happen, like those animals, those cats that were being hung on the back fence,
Oh,
where somebody was cutting them open down the center, and they were leaving them hanging with a rope around their neck on the back fence. I would have to take them off daily from that fence and throw them in the alley, get rid of them.
here not too long ago, primo, here at the house I'm staying at now. My brother Jesse can testify. Um, we're in the living room watching TV, and then you could hear loud knocking, like it's coming from the garage, and it would knock 3 times, and it would stop, and it would knock 3 times, and I was ignoring it, and my brother Jesse was like, "You do hear that, right?" I like, "Yeah, I hear it." He goes, "Well, you know what you got to do." So I had to go to the garage and cast it out, man, porque I ain't about to have nobody, no spirit or anything trying to haunt this house, man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I
I
had to
told you
cast it
about it,
out.
cousin.
yeah,
Yep. Ever since then, I haven't heard nothing.
yeah. You because you have to take authority over it and tell it to leave.
Oh
Since
yeah,
you're the head of the household,
yes sir.
and if you don't do nothing about it, then it's going to run havoc. That's why
Yeah,
whoever's
and
head of the household has to do it,
that
take
had been
Yeah,
authority
going.
over it.
I had heard it, Primo, but I didn't think not much of it. I thought maybe it was like a squirrel or something up in the attic or something, and
Or a
I just let
possum.
it go and let it go. Yeah, and then when my brother came over, he's like, "Yeah, you know what you got to do, man. That's not good." And I'm like, "All right." So I went into the garage by myself, man. And I cast it out. Haven't heard nothing
So what
since.
what'd you feel when you were in there? Did your hair stand up or
Yeah, the hairs on the
your
back of my neck, the hairs on my back of my neck, my whole body was like all my hairs on my body were standing up, man.
yeah, Juliana Love. Yeah, no, it wasn't an animal because after he cast it out, everything got quiet.
Yep.
I was there when it first started, and I told his wife, I said, "Hey, you hear that knocking?" She said, "It's probably Gilbert knocking on the garage door." I went outside. I said, "There ain't nobody out here," and then it was still knocking. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna leave," and it kept knocking. And Gilbert was in his room, and when he came back in, because he was taking a shower, when he came back in the living room, I said, "There's a knock in your garage," and he said, "I don't hear nothing." And when he said that, boom, 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 boom. I said, "Oh, you hear that?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "It's my wife banging on the garage door." I said, "No, she left, dude. She's been gone for like 10 minutes, man." So he heard it again and then again, and finally I told him, "You know what you got to do." He went in there and he took it. He took control of it and rebuked it and made sure that it left his home. But while he was rebuking it, cousin, it was banging even louder. It got real loud.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Bye, Patsy. Sleep tight.
Yeah.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Hi, Patsy.
Bye, Patsy.
Yeah, cousin, it was weird, man. While he was in the living room rebuking it, I was when he was in the garage rebuking it. I was in the living room, and even my hairs were standing on end, man, from the energy it was putting out.
That's what
I
they
ain't too
do.
much.
They try to install fear so they can get more control over uh whatever they're trying to how should I say bond or take possession of, you know, homes
Mhm.
that get targeted that way. But so
Yeah.
I'm glad that you sent it away, took authority over it,
Oh yeah.
that you did something about it.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna let
But for
that
it to
go
be
too
making
much
that loud
longer, man.
sound, it's because it's been there for a while, and
Yeah.
it was
Yep.
just getting more power, more power. Because maybe the first time you might have heard it, something might have been a tapping sound, like three tapping sounds, and then
Yep.
didn't do nothing. Went from knocking sounds to banging sounds
All I could
because it
say
kept on
was,
growing.
yeah. All I could say was, "Nah, man, that's damn squirrels and stuff up in the attic." I said I was gonna tell the landlord to put something up there so the squirrels won't get in the attic no more. But it just kept going and going and going, man. I let it go on for like about 3 months, and then that's when Carnal Jesse came over and he told me, "Yeah,
Dang,
know
three
what you got
months.
to do." Yeah, about 3 months, man.
That's a long
About 3 months.
time for it to be happening.
Oh yeah,
So it was happening every day.
yeah. Basically every other day.
Wow.
Yeah, but I kept ignoring it, and thinking it was maybe a squirrel or something. I didn't want to jump the gun, you know what I mean? And then when Carnal Jesse came over, he was like, "Yeah, man, that's not good. 3 knocks." Three knocks is a sign of a demon.
Demon. Yes.
And I was
No,
like,
Ivy. I
I
would
was
want to
like,
be the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
man. So I had to go in the garage and cast it out, man. I told her, I'm the child. I'm a child of the Most High God, and you are not welcomed here. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You get out now and don't ever come back. Only Jesus
And
Christ is allowed to dwell in this home. Ever since then, man, I said it with authority. Primo, I was yelling at the top of my lungs, even though the hairs on my whole body were standing up.
so
I
when you were
casted
in
it out.
there, it was trying to it was making banging sound still when you were in there when you were rebuking it.
Yep.
Real loud, Primo. Real loud. It was real loud, man. I thought it was gonna come through the ceiling. It was real loud, man. It was the noise was coming from the access to get into the attic, man.
Yep.
Oh wow.
hmm And I even looked in there. Primo. There's like a little room where the furnace is at and everything for the AC or whatnot, and there's a little opening on top. And I opened the door as I was casting it out, and I thought maybe I'd see something, but lucky for me, no. I
It's
think I would have
good.
pooped in my pants.
Can't be
You got
afraid,
wild.
man. Just
It got wild that day, Primo. We got wild because this happened around
It was
12 or
like
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
no, hombre, carnal. It was like 3 o'clock, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon already.
somebody says the mocking of the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Yep,
hmm
that's what they do.
Yep.
Not necessarily Juliana Love. The only way they show up is when you're looking for them. No, no. Sometimes they just show up.
Yep. I've had several times heard knockings at the door or something like that, and it was nobody. Every time there's a knocking at my door, I always open the door and tell them, "You are not welcomed. Get out. This is the house of Jesus Christ. You're not welcome here. Get out."
I used to have
Yeah,
that happen to me all the time. Doorbell ringing, open, there's somebody outside, or
Yep.
sometimes I would hear like kids laughing, running around the home, around the house around 3 in the morning when I used to live in Elms Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Lucky
live in
for
a
me.
mobile home. So
Yeah.
you could hear everything like if it's out and you're in the outside.
Wow.
to the
A
members
lot of
of
crazy
Spiritual
stuff.
Encrypted Encounters, there's more proof that it runs in our bloodline. It's not just me, Abe, and his sister. This my brothers as well.
I try not to pay no mind to things of the spiritual world, but there's times when you can't ignore it. There's times when you
You have
can't
to,
ignore it and you have to take action.
yeah, you have to do something about it, or else it's going to run havoc.
Yep.
Rebel, you
Yeah.
came for another treat, man.
With a rebel, yeah, he wants more, more, more.
Hmm.
Yeah, he was asleep, man. Uh,
You woke up the mascot, Gilbert.
Yeah.
oh, shoot.
You gotta see my dog right now. He knocked out.
That's-
We don't need those spirit detector apps, Juliana, because we can detect them
yeah.
without any electrical assistance.
Oh yeah. You can feel it.
Just feel what's in the air, feel what's around you
hmm
spiritually, and then just do what we have to do. And when the senses get triggered, it's because they're around. They're identifying themselves to you indirectly, like well, because it happened to cousin Gilbert with the banging sounds. You already know it's identifying itself to you. It's like kind of like challenging you just to see what you're gonna do. So I'm glad that he took authority over it and tell it to leave, and it got the hell out of there. I had no choice but to get out of there
It's not
because
a blood curse, Zofo. more like a spiritual gift of discernment. That's what it is. It just runs in our bloodlines, Oppo. But if y'all got questions, put them in caps.
Mm-hmm.
We will do our best to answer.
Any question?
I was getting sleepy, but now that my little brother's here, I'm wide awake.
Mm. Yep.
Yeah, no fear and not giving it power. You have to maintain your love foundation and just take authority over to Jesus Christ name. They
Mm-hmm.
flee. You know, that's how I fight spiritually. I've been fighting spiritually for a very long time. Even when we were kids living over there, I would fight spiritually when I would see things trying to come to into our house. Sometimes it was be in the backyard, in the alley, or in front of the street, and I will face them spiritually, fight against them spiritually. Or when it was so hot and heavy, I'll take myself away from the property so whatever's there follow me, so I can fight against the spiritually on the dirt by the dirt roads. So it's something bad. I take them away so my family members will be protected. I've been doing this like this, fighting spiritually all my life. Numerous times that I did that, especially with the ones that surface up in the backyard, La Brujas and Warlock. But there was doing a incantation somewhere else. So the only thing I could see was who was doing the incantation, which was their you could see their silhouettes and their spirit, but it wasn't there in location. They were doing that somewhere else.
We got two questions, cousin. First one, what if they don't flee? It depends on your faith,
Mm-hmm.
Zofo.
Yep.
You have to have faith and no fear because when you have fear, you're just feeding the demonic entity that's there.
You
How
can
far
have no
can we
spiritual
trace?
openings. I'll be right back, cousins.
Órale.
Y'all,
Good. This
y'all
one goes
take
right up your alley, cousin. How far
is it?
can you trace your bloodline to people who experience the demonic side? I think we can trace it back to our great grandma, Abuela Lola.
Yeah, it goes pretty far back. It's within the bloodline, spiritually. But within any bloodline, it's about the balance. So you got some people that are good and some people that are evil. That's in every generation.
Yep.
All right, cousin, go do
I'll
what
be
you
right
don't
back.
do.
Órale,
All
promo.
right.
Yeah.
So, little brother, what's up, man?
Nothing, man. I thought I'd join the live and see what it's all about, man. Shoot.
Well, we do this every night, man. We have a loyal followers that follow us every night, and we try to do good shows and something that they want to talk about. And sometimes we even have open mic nights that we let people jump on the live and talk about whatever they want. The más que
That's what's
those two
up, man.
times, the only two times that we got messed up by doing that, we had some idiots that wanted to come in here and threaten people.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Abe's property was haunted grounds.
his uncle was dabbling in black magic and the Satanic Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Spending a night at my cousin Abe's house was an experience of a lifetime, man. That was like the
Okay.
first time I've ever heard footsteps and people walking up and down the hallway and knocking, and I mean, you just see stuff, man. It was
It was,
crazy.
the,
Them times were crazy, man.
it was the first and last time I almost got dragged under the bed, exuberance, by a hand that went under the bed when I knocked it off of me, and I turned on the lights and looked under the bed, and there was nothing under there, man. But I did have a red mark, hand mark on my calf from where it was pulling me under the bed. You couldn't take a shower because you could feel a presence in the restroom standing there watching you shower. And then while you were showering, you could feel a presence looking through the window that was next to the shower that it was watching you. So again, questions, comments?
Hey, yeah, no kidding. Don't ever be scared to talk to cast out a demon, y'all. You gotta take authority and put on the full body armor of Christ. That's the only way to get rid of it.
Yes, Zofu, our grandma was a native also, and she died. I think she was 105 or somewhere like that.
Yeah, Grandma Lola was pretty old.
Yes,
Oh
Murphy.
yeah.
He was the sucky butt. Yeah, you never know. Like I said, the exuberance. His his uncle was dabbling in the dark arts, man, and was doing things to chickens that shouldn't been done to the chickens.
No, I
Mm,
haven't.
I have
I
not,
haven't, Andres.
Andres. I have not, but maybe my cousin has. But he's taking a break for right now. He'll be back in a minute. But I've never encountered a demon prince. No. Any other questions or comments?
Y'all shoot, man. Shoot for the sky if you want. We'll try and answer them the best way we can.
With the truth, of course, because here there ain't nothing made up. Everything's legit. Yes, exuberance. I decided to sleep between the bed and the couch where Abe and his brother were sleeping. They threw all the cushions on the floor between the beds, so I thought that would make a good bed for that night. And I bunked down right there. About 3 in the morning, I woke up. I was halfway under the bed, and something was dragging me, man. And I was uh, I was hitting it with my hand, and when it let go, I turned on the light, and there was nothing under the bed, but I had a handprint on my calf. Well, that depends on where you go in Texas. Those food.
Yeah,
Some
Zofu.
somebody like
Austin has some pretty good barbecue, man.
some people here in Fort Worth
Nice
like
barbecue,
the
yeah.
Railhead. Some people like Risky Rita's in Cowtown. Some people like
Some people like Angelo's.
Cooper's. Some people like Angelo's. So yeah, depends on where you go.
Did you ever tell anybody, Smurfy? You ever tell anybody about voices you heard and the bed being kicked?
And Satan knocking on your door. Well, we all lived in the same house,
Yeah.
exuberance. So we basically shared most of the stuff that we're talking about.
Yep. I always knew that when I got to Prima's house, I had to be asleep by no later than 1 o'clock in the morning. Cause after two, shit just got crazy, man.
I've never heard of the Bigfoot Wars. Have you, cousin?
Oh,
Nah, I ain't never heard no Bigfoot
what
wars.
are they talking about? Chewbacca?
No, he says, have you ever heard of the Bigfoot Wars? It started with the Bigfoot taking a child, which started the war.
No, man. I've done heard so many versions of Bigfoot. I don't know. I've heard of so many versions of Bigfoot that I don't know what to believe anymore. Well, I'm not going to believe in the Bigfoot because I know what they truly are. But I've had so many versions of Bigfoot. That you don't know what to think it's true or not. I mean, I think what takes a lot of the credibility away from even if Bigfoot, even if it existed, is that there's so many people that they're walking around in costumes pretending to be Bigfoot.
Yeah, too
They
many
make
people want
videos
attention.
and all this stuff, and it's missing the credibility. If there was any kind of credibility, which and honestly, I don't think there has ever been, because of all the fraudulent hoax videos there is out there.
Yep,
Now, if there would be a body,
yep,
then it would change the game forever.
yep.
If there was a
Every
body of a Bigfoot or one that is captured alive, then it would change everything. But there isn't. That's why you don't know if the stories that are being said are real or not, because there's no body or anything.
yeah,
Like me, I capture some stuff, short reels, videos, but that's what you capture. What I capture is something that's in spirit form. What I call the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim. I capture them on video or take screenshots. Well, you could literally see something moving, but it's moving real fast. It's not moving like an animal. It's moving more of
um,
as a spirit.
yeah. I really think I really think Bigfoot is a myth because um, out of all these years, you'd figure they would have found a skeleton or something, or they would have captured it, or there would have been something. No, nobody lives forever. I don't care who you are.
Uh, the natives, the elders, they said that Bigfoot was actually that it misled a lot of the people uh, from the tribes because it showed them witchcraft and necromancy, aka you got skinwalker shapeshifters. But they said that the Bigfoot taught them this, which will be that it's demonic, not in the flesh, but a manifestation, a beastly manifestation. To my understanding, that's what it is. What are they consider it Bigfoot? I don't think they've ever said that it's something that's real in the flesh. They said it's something in the spirit, but they call him the corruptor because he corrupted a lot of their people, and it will lure the children into the woods, and children will end up disappearing.
Exactly, Texas learning.
Yes,
If,
sir.
if it was alive, we would have found some remains by now.
Hmm.
Yeah, exuberance. Don't worry. Abe is never going to get me in a Bigfoot suit. I'm too short.
You can wear stilts, brother.
I mean,
Uh,
I remember when I was growing up, I didn't know what cryptids were, but I just knew about myth and legends, right? I
Yeah.
think in the books that I would read, they would never color, call it a cryptid. They would just say the legend of Bigfoot or the legend of Bigfoot, or the legend of Sasquatch, you know, uh, which, they would have pictures of. The only picture that I remember that they had was the same picture of the dude in the costume, which was from that film, Patterson film. If you open it up, there would be the picture of the dude in the costume. This is the legend of Bigfoot or the legend of Sasquatch.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
Now you have
especially.
all these other kind of people dressing up like Bigfoot, and you could literally tell they look like they're people in costume. I think they're the one called the sassy squatch, which is just a female in a she does it for comedy
The
skit, but
sassy
it's a
squad.
The
No, I've
sausage
heard
squatch.
everything.
female that's in a costume, and she walks like she's a thug and stuff. Sometimes she puts on a bikini, over the
Uh,
God
sassy
damn. She
the
was with the
outfit. But
pimp limp, okay?
look it up. You don't believe me? It's just called the sassy squatch.
the crip walking Sasquatch,
It's the sassy squatch. That's what she
huh?
calls herself. It's a female pretending to be a female Bigfoot.
You know, the Duende Smurfy, I've only seen on video, man. I've never seen one in real life.
Going looking for Bigfoot, Madeline, to me would be equivalent as go taking somebody on a snipe hunt.
Mm.
At the end of the night, somebody winds up in a bag.
Oh, yeah.
There's people that died. I mean, everybody dies, but people that died believing in Bigfoot is real.
Yeah, I
They
won't
stuck
believe
with it.
Bigfoot is real until I see one. Or I shoot one of the two.
And the way I see it, man, they've already found the fabled elephant's graveyard. Well, why can't they find a graveyard for Bigfoots? Brian Griffin, you want to find Bigfoot? Look for Waldo. They're hanging out together.
Where's Waldo? No, not me, Andres. I've never seen a portal.
I've seen Portal, and usually when I see the portals is when cousin Abe is out there investigating in the woods. There's a reel that we shared here on on the show where there's three shadow figures standing behind some trees, and then you see a portal open right by one of them.
I guess somebody got offended. Must be a Bigfoot believer. It says, "Where Jesus remains."
Well, that's up for you to find. You might want to go on a voyage and look. While you're out there, look for Bigfoot bones too. See if you find them.
Oh, believe me, Texas learned me. I wouldn't be saying, "Hey, Bigfoot." That son of a bitch would be at the end of my scope.
Hey, small
Mm.
dick.
Okay, here's a guy again.
Shadow
So I've
figure
never seen that
remains.
shadow figure
Yeah, well, you
remains.
and you never will because they're in spirit
Hello,
form.
Yeah. I don't know what world
hello,
you live in,
McFly.
buddy.
No, I'm just playing. Oh man, now he's talking about
Besides, yeah,
I don't know who the like button is.
so I don't know. That's a crazy question, man.
I know
We've all been saying that they're in spirit form, and he's still trying to find remains. Look for the scat. Look for the scat, dude.
he's, he's gonna find corn remains
Mm-hmm.
in the scat primo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's three of them in there, Andres. several in that picture in the show reel I just placed, and of course, if you look all the way down to about the 5 or 6 of them, you're going to see the things that are in there. Always capture them, man.
That, that's kind of what we're saying, the like button, because the shapeshifters, the black shadow beings, the DDNs, and what was what we call them, they could take any form. They can mimic any sound.
What the hell? Jeez. The hell?
Yeah, just like Angel
He says
Encounters, huh?
demon encounters don't leave remains. Yes, they do, but the remains could be only here momentarily, and they go back to where they come from because they'll disappear from our reality.
Called ectoplasm. Called
They go
ectoplasm.
back to where it came from. Somebody said this was Casadero, or is he talking about Casadero?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Is
was
that
gonna say that
cheese?
cheese, that taco.
Chito Curandero?
Uh-oh. You better watch out, like button. You got Madden on your butt.
Originally, when I saw what I first thought was a Bigfoot, but through church, I realized it was mostly a demon. Well, there you go. That's what they are, brother. That's why I was talking to you not directly as the Bigfoot is real, but more of it that it's demonic in nature. That if it was real, there would be some kind of evidence, uh, skeletal structure, uh, massive grave site they have where they're buried or something. But there's no evidence of anything, or even a captured one, a small one, you know. But I believe they're demons, and the people that say they call
Oh,
them the friends and that they spend time with them in the woods is because it's a form of Wendigoism, which they're believing what they're saying is real, but is they're being played through these demons. They're tricking them, they're deceiving them.
I'm not doubting that your experience was
Hmm.
real, the like button. It's just that we know that the Nephilim, when they died, they became demons and they can take the shape of anything.
So somebody said, "Love country, suburbia." Open the front door and smell cow shit in the morning.
Smurfy.
I smell cow shit out in the middle of the woods, man. That was on an everyday thing.
Pestilence. Somebody says, "My point was it real in our plane of existence? Temporarily, yeah. Like when if you
Yeah.
see their manifestation, and when you say a type on your big Jesus Christ name, they could take a good manifestation for about 10 minutes, maybe a minute, because like I said, they're not here in the flesh. But at the same time, they'll disappear in the blink of an eye, or half a blink of an eye. They're gone, in which you're left with a question of did I see, did I see what I seen? Was it real or was it fake? Because it's not here. It's more of spiritual real, as they can come in and out of reality. I smelled cow shit when I was at my computer.
Hmm.
Texas Alarm.
That's cool. The
Hmm.
like button. We're just letting you know that they can take any
Yeah.
form. Uh, and always remember, your eyes and ears can be deceived, so you have to trust your other senses to be able to detect them. You can't always believe what your eyes and your ears see and hear, especially when it comes to the demons and the DDN.
So somebody said where I work, we have chicken farms all around. When the wind is right, it just gets nasty.
Hmm. It smells ratty.
Oh, Ridge Runner. Ridge Runner. My first job when I was 13 was at a chicken slaughterhouse, man. So I know about that smell.
Nasty smell, primo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man. You could smell that like maybe 2 blocks down the street, if not more, man.
Reminds me.
By the time you get to the plant, dude, you already threw up your breakfast and half of your lunch.
Reminds me of the
Damn.
Golden Pond in Raymondville.
The what? The golden.
The Golden Pond in Raymondville.
Yeah, it smells like the golden. It smells kind of like the golden pond.
Okay, someone says think of poltergeist and other counters. You don't see anything, but they can throw stuff, touch you, push you downstairs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You ever feel somebody touch you, man?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily, but I ain't had that experience yet.
Yeah, man. When I lived in Mississippi, I had one pick me up by my foot. It had me with my head on the mattress and my legs in the air.
Yep.
Now, now I would tell you, Primo. Um, I have felt like something hold me down before, but that's it. Other than push
Like
me, shove
when
me,
you're laying down
yeah,
and
uh
you
huh,
can't get up.
yep.
When I lived in
Yes, Madeline. I forgot you were in Chicago, Madeline. Yeah, the chicken slaughterhouse smell real bad, man.
like,
Well,
what do you mean,
Madeline,
like poop?
Real bad.
yeah.
No, man, it smells real bad, cousin. Poop and just decaying carcasses, man. Because they bring them in on a truck, and then you have to put them on these little hooks that go by, and it takes them into this little square where there's 2 knives that come together like this and cut the head off. You go inside, there's a guy there with a hot water hose spraying the chickens as they're
Oh,
coming in so that the feathers
Hmm.
fall off. And then you take you take all the innards out, and they go through the sideline and they get cut up, and then they get put in boxes and shipped out to the chicken places.
well, I can relate. What's up, baby?
So there's always a
I
smell,
can
man.
relate to Madeline. When I was raised with my grandparents, so I could. We lived right down the street from a slaughterhouse, so you could smell that every day.
Yeah, next to that, where they made those
Mm-hmm.
lamb products,
Yep.
Shiva products.
My grandfather worked there, Texarkana. I still remember to this day.
Somebody's going to sleep. Okay, good night, Tito.
Bye, Tito. Have a good night.
Yeah, we've been going on for 4 hours, primos.
Yep, yep. It's almost 4 hours. We got a couple of
Yeah.
seconds. But all in all, it's turned into a good
Yeah,
show.
yeah. I had to get Primo Gil to come back on, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
One day.
Nah,
Uh,
He's trying to hide his he's trying to hide his face, cousin, because he looks like a dog man.
who?
I messed up, man.
if
Yo,
they
I was
see
messing with you, bro,
if they
man.
see him
Y'all always been rag
uh,
on Gil, man. You and
They're
Chuki's.
they're jealous, Primo. They're jealous
no,
because
but
of the
I'm being
good
serious.
looks.
But I'm being serious, cousin. He's got so much facial hair. The people here are gonna say, "Look, there's proof the dog man exists." But yeah, no, man. Maybe we could make it a all family live, man. You say you can add
Yep,
10 people
yep.
here.
You just have to tell him to download the app
We can,
because he downloaded the app, because so he
yeah.
was able to get on.
Why
Gilbert,
not? Yeah.
Gilbert, did you download an app to get in
Never.
here?
Uh,
You just went through
no,
Facebook.
Primo sent me an invite and I just got on. I clicked the invite and got on. Yeah.
Oh wow,
So it definitely has to do with their connection over there or something.
yeah. What happened to you, Madeline? Did you deserve better?
She was talking about a trap house that reeked of cat piss.
Yeah, I don't know, man. According to South Park, you could get high on cat piss.
But in saying that, is there any
That's
final
what.
words? I think we can call it a night. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, we should wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
You,
So any final words?
Any final questions or comments before
You
we
seen
wrap up?
cousin Gil? He got rid of a negative attachment or unclean spirit that was in his soul. You heard what he said, how he casted it out, that he took authority over it through Jesus Christ's name. That he even raised his voice
You-
to get rid of it. And I'm glad you did. Now everybody's more relaxed and more
yeah.
calm inside the house because that negative energy is not there.
Yeah, with a surprise guest.
Yeah, it's a surprise guest. But yeah,
Talking
we'll
to
have her
cousin
on again,
David.
cousin. Whenever you're
That's
available,
a
just
musician.
let me know through Messenger, man. Something topic that you want to talk about or
¿Qué
something
verga?
that might interest you. Just let
Hey,
me
bro.
know.
I'll call you in a minute. Huh? Because
Uh-oh. Inspector detectives
Inspector
out there.
Detective still.
What's up?
My brother Jesse.
Tell him hush his mouth.
She said, "Hush your mouth."
Oh, the chocolate's coming out.
Hey, it's gonna start flying here in a minute.
Esta, esta la va a cachetear. She's gonna beat him up with his own French bulldog.
Stupid.
Ain't
Keep
go-
my dog out of it.
It's
Hey,
gonna be sartenazo,
all
frying
right,
pans.
Brian.
all right, people. We're gonna end. May the Lord bless y'all and keep y'all safe while you sleep, and may your day be filled with blessings. And when y'all get up and go do what you're gonna do, I'm out of here.
All
Bye,
right,
cousin.
later.
Bye, little brother.
Thank you for joining, primos. Y'all
All
have
right,
a
no
good
problem,
evening.
Primo.
Órale.
Y'all stay safe out there. We'll see y'all next
Yeah.
time.
Alrighty. Just let us know, man. There you go, brothers and sisters. I hope y'all enjoyed the show tonight. Let's see. Oh, That's good right there. Yeah, it was getting kind of late. I'm getting a little bit sleepy now, but I hope y'all enjoyed the live feed. I'm trying to keep it as interesting as possible. So maybe we might have more people on the panel when I do the lives. So everybody could share their stories and sharing is caring, brothers and sisters. But you heard cousin Gil said that he tied, bound, and rebuked him in Jesus Christ and took authority over it and told it to leave his home. That's what we're supposed to do, is take authority over it in Jesus Christ's name. Tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. You're welcome, Sister Ivy. Thank you for all the moderators for doing an awesome job, as always. Good night, everybody. Sister Liz, Brother Runner, Ivy, Sister Madeline, everybody that participated tonight. I appreciate y'all. Our brother, was it Andres Cariceles? Thank you. But I'll continue to do some more work, create more short reels. The reason I create them is to expose this DDN that they're amongst us, so people could see those who have the spiritual gifts of discernment, so you can see what's within the pictures. Yes, thank you. And saying that, love, light, and blessings to every single one of y'all, and always maintain the love foundation, brothers and sisters. That's the key. Always maintain the love foundation. Have have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, our Heavenly Father, uh, and be prayed up at all times, because you never know when you're going to be spiritually tested. I know everybody said goodbye. Yes, yes. I don't think I'm going to be going out and investigate anytime soon. I'm going to take a break from that. I'm still recuperating from that, and I think this coming weekend, Saturday, um, my wife wanted to do some cardio, so I don't know if I'm going to do a live on Saturday. I'm not sure yet. Thank you all. In saying that, everybody have a good night. God bless every one of y'all, your family members, friends. Everybody have a good night. And this RCS signing out for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Uh, buenas noches, buenas mañanas, y que Dios los bendiga.